Habari gani? I am karibu na asanteni kwa kuwa nasi leo. Haya. Excuse me, I was entering the greetings this morning. Habari gani, karibuni, asanteni kwa kuwa nasi leo. I just took some honey so that I don't sound too croaky. Hopefully it helps. So we're going to continue again. These are our readings on Kumbukeni, on how Europe underdeveloped Africa. Again, a book written by Baba Walter Rodney. Baba in Kiswahili is father. He is my elder, which is why I keep saying Baba Walter Rodney. It's out of respect for him. Because if he was still here with us, I would refer him to that because he's my elder. And even in his spirit form, I still refer to him as that because he's my elder. So again, thanks to the Walter Rodney Foundation for allowing us to read this, Mama Rodney, and make it accessible to more people who need to hear this message. And hopefully to the masses within the continent and elsewhere where Black people are being marginalized, and they can understand exactly what structures in the system of capitalism, the system of colonialism, the system of neocolonialism, the system of imperialism, what structures in those systems are causing their current status. And Baba Rodney has painted a clear picture for us in how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And as we continue to read how Europe underdeveloped Africa, and we think about current contemporary times, we should expand beyond Europe, right? It's how the West underdeveloped Africa and continues to underdevelop Africa. Because when you say Europe today, it feels that we don't want the US to think we're taking them out of this. They are part of this. And when you think about the United States history, the people who came into a space, a land where there were people residing there, took their homes, colonized them, almost eradicated our whole peoples, and decided to settle there as if it was theirs. They came from Europe. So they are very much that Europe that Walter Rodney is referring to. And he does mention the United States here. So their roots are Europe, and therefore very much a part of what we're talking about. Before we start, I had a few announcements. A few of you joined us. Well, our regular community joined us when we had Mama Danto. We were talking about Haiti, and Mama Danto offered to have sessions. She mentioned rather she has teaching sessions where she teaches about Haitian history. And therefore, for those of you who are interested in that information, just reach out to us on Kumbukeni at kumbukeni1@gmail.com. That's our email address. That's Kumbukeni1. I'll put it in the chat. gmail.com. So if you're interested in those teachings, I know a few of you had sent an email to us. I will respond to those who had. Let us know, send us an email there, and I'll send you the information that Mama Danto has sent to me. Zili Danto. She's a lawyer and a Asian woman, a mother, a warrior, a mother of Africa, not just necessarily her own children, but a mother of us, a nurturer is what I'm saying, and a defender, that role of the mother. And she's a human rights activist, a true advocate for human rights. We're not talking about the UN-style human rights advocacy. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about true African self-determined advocacy for our community and our people. The other thing, so I announced the journalism gatherings that Professor Alimadi, Brother Alimadi had promised before. Will be starting this Friday, November. We'll put out an announcement. Let me see what date we are at. November 3rd, this Friday, in the evening, probably 6 o'clock or 7 p.m., probably 6. All you need to do if you want to join these classes is go to Patreon. Our Patreon, hold on, what is our Patreon? What is our Patreon? I believe it's patreon.com/Kumbukeni. That is our Patreon. Hold on, we do have it here. Let's see what that is. There we go. That is where you will find us on Patreon, okay? Patreon.com/Kumbukeni. You can join as a part of our Patreon family. And so, as he said, we will be taking articles, past and present articles by Western media, and we'll be dicing and slicing them and revealing how the propaganda is built, and calling, like, just exposing the lies within the articles, but also in that way equipping those who will be participating with the skills of doing so, and therefore you will be better equipped to analyze what is happening around you, because it's not just the articles, it's also what you hear excuse me, in your day-to-day life that is happening around you. You can start looking at things and judging them in a deeper way than just hearing them and walking away and saying, okay, they said it's this, it must be that. No. Where you'll be questioning, why is it that? Why are you saying that? How does it benefit you? Who's involved in this? Who's benefiting the most in this? Who is going to be, and always, by the way, in a capitalist system, there's someone being exploited. Always. That's the nature of capitalism, as you will hear and as you've all heard Baba Walter Rodney tell us. So as long as we are in a capitalist system, there will always be someone who is exploited, because the capitalist system is about profit, and the highest profit you can get, the better, and accumulation. And in order for accumulation to continue and to increase, there must be somewhere where they're taking from. I was in Philadelphia this weekend, visited a bookstore that I'd like to mention. First of all, a couple of bookstores. One of them is Bookhaven. It's right next to an old prison in Philadelphia that is now been turned into a museum. That's a subject for a whole subject for another day. But they have this amazing map they've made for bookstores in Philadelphia, and you can see a bunch of Black bookstores and where they're located for those of you who visit Philadelphia anytime soon. So you'll see all the bookstores, but there are a few Black bookstores here. We have Hakim's bookstore, but the bookstore I'd like to mention, and it explains in the back explains in the back what the bookstore carries. So that's pretty neat. Let me see whether they have a website there. You can get this, or you can order them. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So you can visit Philadelphia Bookstore Map on Instagram at Philly Bookstore Map. I'm going to enter that address there, at Philly Bookstore Map, to get this map from there. You can email them if you have suggestions, if you have a bookstore that is not on the list. If you are starting one, are opening a bookstore and you would like it to go on the list, that's an email for them right there. Philly, PHILLY, bookstore map at gmail.com. And the Instagram account is at Philly, PHILLY, bookstore map. So, and a bookstore that I love there is Black and Noble Bookstore, which is on, let's go look at the map. What was it number? There it is. Number 39 on the map, which is on the south side. Yeah, and right here, Black and Noble is on 422 South Street in Philadelphia. Their phone number is 215-965-1559. You can find How Europe Underdeveloped Africa there. It was sitting right there. And if you want to call them, if you want to order it, their website is www.blackandnoble.com. That's Black and the word and nobel.com. All right. And the good thing about that place, I wanted to talk about that place real quick before we start. It is such a black space, an African space, that it doesn't even need to keep announcing itself as such. You walk in and you feel the energy. And it's not just books that they have there, it's the whole black experience. It's the wellness. They have essential oils. I remember the first time I was there, the gentleman mixed a little bottle of essential oils for me that I have to this day. And every now and then when I'm stressing, I just roll it. It's a roller one, right? Roll it behind my neck, rub it in, and it's just soothing, right? They have things like this toothpaste. Those of you who know, toothpaste has a lot of toxic chemicals in it, regular toothpaste, that is. This is just all natural toothpaste. And you can see there black seed, baking soda, neem extract, mint oil, clove. So takes me back to my days visiting my grandma, where we're talking about this in our Kiswahili classes on Saturday, where we used to use the mswaki. Mswaki, those of you who practice Islam know what a mswaki is. But for those of you who don't and are not familiar, and also those of you who've resided in Kenya and East Africa in general. So there's a tree, and I forget the name of the tree, where you can take the branches, the thinner branches of the tree, and break it off, chew the edge, and you use that to basically clean your teeth. And we were commenting on how our teeth were clean. You didn't have to have toothpaste. If you used the mswaki, you were good. My grandma used to use mswaki a lot, and her teeth were amazing all the way to her transition. So yeah, that's what that space is. Again, it's Black and Noble, Nobel, in Philadelphia, an amazing space. If you want peace, you're just going through there. When you walk in, the aroma just gives you that just energy. It's great. Every time I go there, the conversation goes beyond books. We talk spirituality. So yeah, but then most important, given what we're doing today, you can get this book there. For those of you, I encourage you, if you are African, to, as much as you can, get your books from Black bookstores, so that they can continue being in business and providing books to our community, books that we want to learn. Especially now with all the banning of books, it is essential for us to support African bookstores that will still provide those materials despite the efforts of the oppressors to take them away from our access. So I think that's everything that I wanted to tell you all about. Let me just check my notes this morning before we start. Yeah, that's everything. Okay, so we were on chapter 5, the colonial administration as economic exploiter. In addition to private companies, and I'll make this announcement, please. I've said it before. Please ask questions in the chat. I'll remember. And if I don't remember, like I did last week, I said I was going to go to the chat and I ended the session without doing that. Just send a quick message in the chat and say you still haven't done the messages. And also, I welcome you all to join me on stage. If you're interested, just put in the chat, I would like to come up, and I will go into our email and send you the link to come in here. And we can have a conversation, right? But please feel free to put your questions in the chat, to put your observations in the chat, so that this is a community analysis of what we are reading. And it's not just me reading. Yes, it's me. I'm the vessel being used to read and share the message, but then we are the community that is actually reading together and analyzing together. So please engage if you can, and share your thoughts in the chat. The colonial administration as economic exploiter. In addition to private companies, the colonial state also engaged directly in the economic exploitation and impoverishment of Africa. The equivalent of the colonial office in each colonizing country worked hand in hand with their governors in Africa to carry out a number of functions, the principal ones being as follows. To protect national interests against competition from other capitalists, to arbitrate the conflicts between their own capitalists, to guarantee optimum conditions under which private companies could exploit Africans. That last one is, yeah. The more white people you see going to Africa, that should worry you, okay? The more you see white people going to Africa, that is not a good thing. Because, and the more you see those nations, the more you get those headlines saying, King Charles is going to Kenya, King Charles is going here, President Biden is going to Nigeria, President Biden is going to Ghana. Who else? Macron is going here, Macron is going there. We're talking Africa, right? And African spaces. The more you should worry, because that means either one of these three things is happening. They are protecting their national interests against competition from other capitalists, so from each other, or they're arbitrating the conflicts between their own capitalists. Well, yes. Or they are guaranteeing optimum conditions under which private companies will exploit Africa. So they are private companies. And please do not make that mistake of thinking that their private companies are separate from the government. It's a whole system that is all tied in for its own benefit and to serve its own interests. The last mentioned objective was the most crucial, which is what I thought. I agree, Baba Rodney, very much so agree, which is the guarantee to guarantee optimum conditions under which private companies could exploit Africans. The last mentioned objective was the most crucial. That is why colonial governments were repeatedly speaking about the maintenance of law and order. He has that in quotes, and you all hear that, the maintenance of law and order, by which they meant the maintenance of conditions most favorable to the expansion of capitalism and the plunder of Africa. This led the colonial governments to impose taxes. One of the main purposes of the colonial taxation system was to provide requisite funds for administering the colony as a field of exploitation. European colonizers ensured that Africans paid for the upkeep of the governors and police who oppressed them and served as watchdogs for private capitalists. You all who joined us yesterday, speaking of the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, and I will suggest that you, if you can, purchase this book. If you can gift it and give it to others. But it shows you how British system definitely exploited and what the details. So the members of the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, Baba Dedan Kimathi, was very keen on recording everything they did. And in here you see letters they exchanged. You see some entries from his journal, records of meetings that they had, and they're telling you themselves what was going on. You don't have to hear it from white people analyzing it from a white lens. So one of the main purposes, and taxation is mentioned there. That's why I mentioned that, right? One of the main purposes of the colonial taxation system was to provide requisite funds for administering the colony as a field of exploitation. European colonizers ensured that Africans paid for the upkeep of the governors and police who oppressed them and served as watchdogs for private capitalists. Indeed, taxes and customs duties were levied in the 19th century with the aim of allowing the colonial powers to recover the costs of the armed forces which they dispatched to conquer Africa. And I'll put that in the context of the United States, right? So just because descendants of enslaved Africans in the United States were taken out of Africa does not mean that they're not a nation in themselves, right? Once they settle here, that's a nation of people. That is not really a part of the United States. As much as you all want to be Black folk who want to be, you're not. At least the system does not see you as it. And you pay taxes to that system that has aspects of it, parts of it, that exploit you. You're paying taxes towards the law enforcement organizations that exploit you. So the same thing that Baba Rodney is explaining is happening to Africa. Also see that in your context in the United States applies to you here. Because like we identified last week, you're colonized within the United States, Africans. In effect, therefore, the colonial governments never put a penny, and it's not just you, right? It goes beyond you. We have the indigenous peoples of these lands colonized In effect, therefore, the colonial government never put a penny into the colonies. All expenses were met by exploiting the labor and natural resources of the continent, and for all practical purposes, the expense of maintaining the colonial government machinery was a form of alienation of the products of African labor. For those of Africans of you who your minds are still so colonized that you keep talking about how the West has helped us, yeah, get that right. The French colonies were especially victimized in this respect. Particularly since 1921, the local revenue raised from taxation had to meet all expenses as well as build up a reserve. Having sought up the police, army, civil service, and judiciary on African soil, the colonizing powers were in a position to intervene much more directly in the economic life of the people than had been the case previously. One major problem in Africa from the capitalist viewpoint. Oh, I'll hold there. I just remembered as I was making the announcement, I forgot to mention the reason why I was in Philadelphia quickly. And I'm going to quickly share the link because part of what I'm doing when I'm doing all these announcements is embodying and practicing what Baba Rodney is telling us is necessary for us to be liberated. So part of that is self-determination. Under that falls us supporting spaces where our story is being told from an African perspective. And therefore, the reason why I was in Philadelphia was to watch Lorraine Hansberry's play, Les Blancs, which is showing at a theater in Philadelphia. It started on Friday. They're going to be showing it until Sunday of this week. So I'm going to share the link where you can get tickets and go see it for yourself if you are in the Philadelphia area or if you can get there easily. So it's at Igopol Classic Theater. But let me share that link. Copy. There you go. Yeah. So this play is roughly based, or I think actually it really is based on the situation in South Africa. Yeah. And one of the our comrades who attended with us, I think, plans to have a session after the whole the week, this week, after all the days are done of showing the play, where those who attended will gather online and discuss what their thoughts were about the whole experience, the play itself and the environment, like how the two tied in, what your analysis was of that. So if you're interested, again, the link is in the chat. One major problem in Africa from a capitalist viewpoint was how to induce Africans to become laborers or cash crop farmers. In some areas, such as West Africa, Africans had become so attached to European manufacturers during the early period of trade that on their own initiative, they were prepared to go to great lengths to participate in the colonial money economy. Speaking of the money economy, if you go to see the play and there's more than 6 of you, you can call and go as a group. And if you do that, your ticket is, you get a discount of $15. So it's much lesser. So if you can organize yourselves in groups of 6 plus, you get the tickets at a much lesser price. So money economy. But that was not the universe response. In many instances, Africans did not consider the monetary incentives great enough to justify changing their way of life so as to become laborers or cash crop farmers. In such cases, the colonial state intervened to use law, taxation, and outright force to make Africans pursue a line favorable to capitalist profits. So we were not as greedy back then as we are today. When colonial governments seized African lands, they achieved 2 things simultaneously. They satisfied their own citizens who wanted mining concessions or farming land, and they created the conditions whereby landless Africans had to work not just to pay taxes, but also to survive. In settler areas such as Kenya and Rhodesia, the colonial government also prevented Africans. Hold on, I forgot to turn off my phone. Sorry about that. In settler areas such as Kenya and Rhodesia, the colonial government also prevented Africans from growing cash crops, so that their labor would be available directly for the whites. One of the Kenyan white settlers, Colonel Grogan, put it bluntly when he said of the Gikuyu, "We have stolen this land. We have stolen his land. Now we must steal his limbs. Compulsory labor is the corollary of our occupation of the country." In those parts of the continent where land was still in African hands, colonial governments forced Africans to produce cash crops no matter how low the prices were. The favorite technique was taxation. Money taxes were introduced on numerous items: cattle, land, houses, and the people themselves. I think it's Belgium. There's a country that recently signed a deal with Kenya for Kenya to provide coffee for them. I want to say Belgium. I forget, and you can correct me in the chat. For those of you who know what I'm talking about. About 2 weeks ago, there's a European nation that there were headlines, oh, they just signed a deal with Kenya to provide coffee. Do not get too excited when they say that. You should ask questions. Okay, they signed a deal. How much? Because the thing that the way they are talking about it is, oh, they're going to be buying directly from the farmers. How much are they buying the coffee for from the farmers? How much are they paying the farmers to get the coffee? Once they get the coffee, first of all, is it being manufactured in Kenya? Is it being processed to the end product in Kenya? Or is it going to be taken in bags to Belgium or whatever that nation is and processed there, which now is increasing its value because the labor is being done there, and the end product that you can use is being processed there? And then what are they labeling it once they do that? What is the end product? Are they saying that the coffee came from Kenya? Are they identifying that in that end product? And then once they put a price tag on it, what's the profit margin? Is it fair based on what they paid the Kenyan farmers for it? Or are they making exuberant? Like 100% profit margin, which then you turn around and you see what they paid Kenya, and therein lies the exploitation. So don't get too excited when you see these nations are signing contracts with your nations to do certain things. It might just mean that they're continuing the exploitation. So ask the questions that are necessary to figure out whether the deal is actually benefiting Africans or still serving the interests of that Western nation. In those parts of the continent where land was still in African hands, colonial governments forced Africans to produce cash crops no matter how low the prices were. The favorite technique was taxation. Money taxes were introduced on numerous items: cattle, land, houses, and the people themselves. Money to pay taxes was got by growing cash crops or working on European farms or in their mines. An interesting example of what colonialism was all about was provided in French Equatorial Africa, where French officials banned the Manja people, now in Congo-Brazzaville, from hunting so that they would engage solely in cotton cultivation. The French enforced the ban, although there was little livestock in the area and hunting was the main source of meat in the people's diet. Again, what are oppressive laws to the oppressed? Like, why the... I always catch myself from cursing on these airs. Why should Africans follow a law that is instilled to oppress them? Why should we follow a law that is created to literally oppress us as Africans? We all need to start thinking beyond this whole morality nonsense that they paint for us. They are not moral. Why should they then be the judges of morality? Every day you see the evidence of their lack of morality. So then why should they be the ones writing laws apparently being argued from a point of morality when they themselves are not being moral? We have to start asking these questions about the systems that are built to oppress us. So in this case, why should the Africans in Congo-Brazzaville follow this law that is telling them you cannot go hunting? If indeed, and in that case, how do you figure out, well, why can't we go hunting? How are we going to eat? What are you providing as an alternative, right? If they ask those questions, then it appears that your situation that you're trying to create, we will have nothing to eat. So we're not following that law. And guess what? God help you if you are on our land. May he watch over you. Finally, when all else failed, colonial powers resorted widely to the physical coercion of labor, backed up, of course, by legal sanctions, since anything which the colonial government chose to do was legal. This is taking me back to Lorraine Hansberry's play. It really is. The laws and bylaws by which peasants in British East Africa were required to maintain minimum acreages of cash crops like cotton and groundnuts were in effect forms of coercion by the colonial state, although they are not normally considered under the heading of forced labor. The simplest form of forced labor was that which colonial governments exacted to carry out public works. Labor for a given number of days per year had to be given free for the public works. Building castles for governors fell under public works. Prisons for Africans, public works. Barracks for troops, public works. And bungalows for colonial officials, public works. You are not paid for that. A great deal of this forced labor went into the construction of roads, railways, and ports to provide the infrastructure for private capitalist investment and to facilitate the export of cash crops. So the next time you African with a colonized mindset, and I will give you grace because you need to make your journey back and decolonize your mind. Tell me that look at how Europe has helped Africa. We have roads, bridges. Remember that your ancestors behind were building all that without being paid. Forced labor. So you built that for yourselves with your own resources because they were not putting money into Africa. They were taking out of Africa to invest in what they were doing. So your resources, both your body and the ones in the ground, is what is paying for all that. So again, they did not help Africa. We helped Africa under forced labor by them. Taking only one example from the British colony of Sierra Leone, one finds that the railway, which started at the end of the 19th century, required forced labor from thousands of peasants driven from the villages. And here's the question to you Africans, right? Then, if we can produce all that, railways, roads, bridges, based on forced labor, we're the ones doing it, right? So as we do it, we can learn how to do it. And then once we learn how to do it, we can actually kick their behinds out of our nations, right? And we can continue doing it ourselves. After all, it was us who are doing it. The hard work and appalling conditions led to the death of a large number of those engaged in work on the railway. In the British territories, this kind of forced labor, including juvenile labor, was widespread enough to call forth in 1923 a native authority ordinance. The restricting the use of compulsory labor for porterage, railway, and road building. More often than not, means were found of circumventing this legislation, as they always do, right? They build these laws that you think are supposed to be helping you, the Civil Rights Act, and then they find ways to navigate and not do them. For example, to prove racism under the Civil Rights Act. Those of you who've been in court trying to prove racism, you know what a challenge that is based on how they write their laws. More often than not, means were found of circumventing this legislation. So in the United States, I'm bringing it to the context of the United States now. You have the civil rights movement that has a lot of Black people talking about, okay, we're good now. But again, in the system, they have found means of circumventing that legislation, where you end up not actually enjoying the freedoms that are supposed to be given by the Civil Rights Act. An international forced labor convention was signed by all colonial powers in 1930, but again, it was flouted in practice. The French government had a cunning way of getting free labor by first demanding that African males should enlist as French soldiers and then using them as unpaid laborers. It's not different from what you are all going through in the US, being forced to sign up. Still, every male in the United States who's of age must fill out a form making themselves available for military if needed, right? I forget what that is. I've always seen that and always thanked God I was a woman every time I saw it. The French government had a cunning way of getting free labor by first demanding that African males should enlist as French soldiers and then using them as unpaid laborers. This and other forced labor legislation, known as prestation, was extensively applied in vast areas of French Sudan and French Equatorial Africa. Because cash crops were not well established in those areas, the main method of extracting surplus was by taking the population and making it work in plantation or cash crop regions nearer the coast. Present-day Upper Volta, Chad, and Congo-Brazzaville were huge suppliers of forced labor under colonialism. The French got Africans to start building the Brazzaville to Pointe Noire Railway in 1921, and it was not completed until 1933. Every year of its construction, some 10,000 people were driven to the site, sometimes from more than 1,000 kilometers away. At least 25% of the labor force died annually from starvation and disease, the worst period being from 1922 to 1929. So not only are they using your forced labor, but they're not feeding you, so you're starving, and they're not maintaining your health, so you're dying of diseases. Quite apart from the fact that the public works were of direct value to the capitalists, the colonial government also aided private capitalists by providing them with labor recruited by force. This was particularly true in the early years of colonialism, but continued in varying degrees up to the Second World War and even to the end of colonialism in some places. In British territories, and by the way, those of you who say that the World War was not a world war because Africa was not involved, let me just let you know today that Africa was involved. How was Africa involved, Nduku? Africa was involved in that there were Kenyans who were sent to fight in the World War for the British. So you were under colonial rule, and therefore you were forced to fight for that colonial rule that ruled your lands in the World War that was happening elsewhere in Europe. You Africans were involved. How were you involved? You were the forced labor. In British territories, the practice was revived during the economic depression of 1929 to 1933 and during the subsequent war. In Kenya and Tanganyika, forced labor was reintroduced to keep settler plantations functioning during the war. In Nigeria, it was the tin companies which benefited from the forced labor legislation, allowing them to get away with paying workers 5 pence per day plus rations. For most of the colonial period, the French government performed the same kind of service for the big timber companies who had great concessions of territory in Gabon and Ivory Coast. Why do they need the timber, Nduku? They were building ships. The Portuguese and Belgian colonial regimes were the most brazen in directly rounding up Africans to go and work for private capitalists under conditions equivalent to slavery. In Congo, brutal and extensive forced labor started under King Leopold II in the last century. I don't even know if brutal and extensive forced... Baba Rodney, we need to find worse words that can just show the horribleness of what King Leopold did in Congo. So many Congolese were killed and maimed by Leopold's officials and police that this earned European disapproval even in the midst of the general pattern of colonial outrages. When Leopold handed over the Congo Free State to the Belgian government in 1908, he had already made a huge fortune, and the Belgian government hardly relaxed the intensity of exploitation in Congo. The Portuguese have the worst record of engaging in slavery-like practices, and they, too, have been repeatedly condemned by international public opinion. One peculiar characteristic of Portuguese colonialism was the provision of forced labor, not only for its own citizens, but also for capitalists outside the boundaries of Portuguese colonies. Angolans and Mozambicans were exported to the South African mines to work for subsistence, while the capitalists in South Africa paid the Portuguese government a certain sum for each laborer supplied. The export of Africans to South Africa is still continuing to this day. When he was writing this. In the above example, the Portuguese colonialists were cooperating with capitalists of other nationalities to maximize the exploitation of African labor. Throughout the colonial period, there were instances of such cooperation, as well as competition between metropolitan powers. Generally speaking, a European power was expected to intervene when the profits of its national bourgeoisie were threatened by the activities of other nations. Again, that's what they call American interests, for those of you who don't know. That's what they call British interests, French interests. They're private companies that are working in those spaces. After all, the whole purpose of establishing colonial governments in Africa was to provide protection to national monopoly economic interests, capitalism. Thus, the Belgian government legislated to ensure that freight to and from the Congo would be mainly carried by Belgian shipping lines, and the French government placed high taxes on groundnuts brought into France by foreign ships, which was another way of ensuring that groundnuts from French Africa would be exported in French ships. French ships. This reminds me of something that just happened recently. I am coordinating with a company in Kenya that does African wear. I had them do a sample outfit to send it to me here so that we can see what the cost is of doing that and how efficient it can be, right? And once we figure that out, we're going to establish a relationship with them to be their distributors here. But as we were doing that, my goal is to use in that whole process, the whole time, African businesses, right? So with the gentleman that's running that business, and it will be announced once it's something official. I requested that we use an African shipping company. And this was just one outfit. So at the point, when the African company gave me the estimate for the cost, it was high. And then I asked the gentleman to go and check with DHL what the cost is for the same item to ship to the same place. Nothing has changed, just the company, right? One is African, one is Western. The rate was much lower. So you ask yourself, what is this system that is allowing this Western company to provide the same service for a much lower cost, but the African company cannot? So your cost is usually determined by your expenses, right? That's the main thing that first of all determines. And then from there, some people are either greedy, some people are okay, some people are in the middle. That is, we're talking profit margin, right? The bracket, the extreme profit margin, the one that just, I've made a profit, I'm good. And then there are those in the middle. So, but the first thing is you have to cover, as a business person, you have to cover your expenses and then charge a little more to have a profit margin, right? And so what policies in that system have been established that allow this DHL Western company to be able to make a profit margin at lower rates of selling the product, the service, which is to ship, as opposed to the African company. And we must ask that. And when we ask that, we as Africans must hold our nations accountable that sign these deals that allow these foreign companies to come and operate from our nations at these low costs, while we ourselves cannot operate at those low costs. In a sense, this meant that Africans were losing their surplus through one straw rather than another. But it also meant that the sum total of exploitation was also greater. Because if competition among Europeans were allowed, if we were both allowed to the system was the same, the expenses are the same, no matter whether you're an African company or a European company, then you have fair competition, right? In a sense, this meant that Africans were losing their surplus through one straw rather than another. But it also meant that the sum total of exploitation was also greater. Because if competition among Europeans were allowed, it would have brought down the cost of services and raised the price paid for agricultural products. Africans suffered most from exclusive trade with the mother country in cases where the mother country was backward. African peasants in Portuguese colonies got lower prices for their crops and paid more for imported items. Yet, Britain, the biggest of the colonialists in Africa, was also faced with competition from the more vigorous capitalists of Germany, the United States, and Japan. So Baba Rodney has titled the book How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. But as you can see, he's named Germany, which is European, United States, which has European roots, but is United States now, and they like to very much separate themselves from those roots. And Japan, which is an Asian nation, which is a part of exploiting Africa. British merchants and industrialists lobbied their government to erect barriers against competition. For example, Japanese cloth exports to British East Africa rose from 25 million yards in 1927 to 63 million yards in 1933. And this led Walter Runciman, president of the British Board of Trade, to get Parliament to impose heavy tariffs on Japanese goods entering British colonies in Africa. This meant that Africans had to pay higher prices for a staple import, since British cloth was more expensive. From the viewpoint of the African peasant, that amounted to further alienation of the fruits of his labor. A perfect illustration of the identity of interests between the colonial governments and their bourgeois citizens was provided by the conduct of produce marketing boards in Africa. The origins of the boards go back to the Gold Coast, cocoa holding up, of 1937. For several months, cocoa farmers refused to sell their crop unless the price was raised. One apparently favored the result of the hold-up was that the British government agreed to set up a marketing board to purchase cocoa from the peasants in place of the big business interests like the UAC and Cadbury, which had up until then been the buyers. This goes back to what I was just saying about the nation that just signed the deal with Kenya. This is literally what they were doing then. So we Africans sometimes, it's very frustrating. We keep doing the same things that we clearly have seen have exploited us below. This is literally what is happening right now in Kenya. Let me just read that one more time. And I think it's Belgium. For those of you who know this story, who are following the story that I'm talking about, please let us know what company that is that Kenya just signed a deal with. And they're claiming apparently they'll be paying the coffee farmers directly, and that's supposed to be a good thing. One apparently favorable result of the hold-up was that the British government agreed to set up a marketing board to purchase cocoa from the peasants. I would bring it back to today. The Belgian nation apparently decided they're going to have a deal with Kenya where they're paying directly the farmers, in place of the big business interests like the UAC and Cadbury, which had up until then been the buyers. A West African Cocoa Control Board was set up in 1938, but the British government used this as a bush to hide the private capitalists and to allow them to continue making their exorbitant profits. So just because this thing is painted as this nation is going to be paying directly the farmers does not mean that that is not a smoke screen covering the private interests that will be making the profit. In theory, a marketing board was supposed to pay the peasant a reasonable price for his crop. The board sold the crop overseas and kept a surplus from the improvement of agriculture and for paying the peasants a stable price if world market prices declined. In practice, the boards paid peasants a low fixed rate during many years when world prices were rising. None of the benefits went to Africans, but rather the British government itself and to the private companies, which were used as intermediaries in buying and selling of the produce. Big companies like the UAC and John Holt were given quotas to fulfill on behalf of the boards. As agents of the government, they were no longer exposed to direct attack, and their profits were secure. So for those of you who think legislation within the United States does not affect international issues, think again. So your decision in the United States, the Citizens United decision to determine that companies are people and therefore can enjoy the rights of a human being because now they've been identified as people, do not think that they will not use that to make their argument when they're doing business with African nations. The idea of the marketing boards gained support from top British policymakers because the war came just at that time, and the British government was anxious to take steps to secure certain colonial products in the necessary quantities and at the right times, given the limited number of ships available for commercial purposes during war. They were all anxious to see private capitalists who were adversely affected by events connected with the war. For example, to save that is. For example, East African sisal became of vital importance to Britain and her war allies after the Japanese cut off supplies of similar hard fibers from the Philippines and Dutch East Indies. So just because a company is called East African does not mean that it's East African. So look into the company. When was it started? Who started it? Who's the board currently? All that history. What was it called before? What it's called now. Actually, even before fighting broke out, sisal was bought in bulk by the British government to help the non-African plantation owners in East Africa who had lost markets in Germany and other parts of Europe. Similarly, oil seeds, such as palm produce and groundnuts, were bought by a board from September 1939 in preparation for shortages of butter and marine oils. With regard to all peasant cash crops, the produce marketing boards made purchases at figures that were way below world market prices. For instance, the West African Produce Board paid Nigerians a bit under 17 pounds for a ton of palm oil in 1946 and sold that through the Ministry of Food for 95 pounds, which was nearer the world market price. So when they're buying the palm oil from Nigeria, the market price, the price that they should be buying it for, the world market price is close to 95 pounds. But how much do these Europeans buy it for from Africans? They buy it for 17 pounds. You all can do the math and see how much we're being cheated out of that deal. They're buying it for 17 pounds, way less than the market price. And then now they can turn around and sell it for the market price, giving them a huge profit margin, but still allowing them not to look ridiculous while selling that product. Groundnuts, which received 15 pounds per ton when bought by the boards, were later sold in Britain at 110 pounds per ton, which is why we Africans must stop this business of having partners, trade partners. Trade partners are not helping you. They're not partners. They're exploiters. There's no such thing as trade partners. If these Western countries want to be trade partners, they will buy products for the world market value. If cotton internationally is this price, when you go to Africa, you will buy it for that price. And God help you figure out how much you'll sell it to your people, what profit margin you'll do. But from Africa, you will buy it for the world market price. That's what Africa should do now. That's what the terms of partnership should be. They're not. Furthermore, export duties were levied on the board's safes by the colonial administrators, and that was an indirect tax on the peasants. The situation reached a point where many peasants tried to escape from under the boards. In Sierra Leone in 1952, the price for coffee was so low that growers smuggled their crop into nearby French territories. At about the same time, Nigerian peasants were running away from palm oil into rubber collection or timber felling, which did not come under their jurisdiction of the produce boards. So Africans even then were resisting. So one crop is falling under these produce boards and it's exploiting you. So how do they counter that? They run into other crops which have not yet been designated as crops falling under the produce boards. So we were resisting even then. If one accepts that the government is always the servant of a particular class, it is perfectly understandable that the colonial governments should have been in collusion with capitalists to siphon off surplus from Africa to Europe. But even if one does not start from the Marxist premise, it would be impossible to ignore the evidence of how the colonial administrators worked as committees on behalf of the big capitalists. The governors in the colonies had to listen to the local representatives of the companies and to their principals. Indeed, there were company representatives who wielded influence in several colonies at the same time. Before the First World War, the single most important individual in the whole of British West Africa was Sir Alfred Jones, chairman of Elder Dempster Lines, chairman of the Bank of West Africa. Bank of West Africa is not so West African after all. President of the British Cotton Growing Association. In French West Africa, in the late 1940s, the French governor showed himself very anxious to please one Marc Roucat, a man with major interests in several of the French trading companies. Such examples could be cited for each colony throughout its history, although in some of them, the influence of the white settlers was greater than that of individual metropolitan businessmen. Company shareholders in Europe not only lobbied Parliament but actually controlled the administration itself. The chairman of the cocoa board within the Ministry of Food was none other than John Cadbury. Ooh, Cadbury chocolate. A director of Cadbury Brothers, who were participants in the buying pool which exploited West African cocoa farmers. Hold up. Let's read that one more time slowly and sit with it. Company shareholders in Europe not only lobbied Parliament but actually controlled the administration itself. The chairman of the cocoa board within the Ministry of Food was none other than John Cadbury. So the chairman of the board that's going to be determining policy and practices of cocoa businesses and businessmen, then it was mostly men, is also the owner of one of those businesses. You see the conflict of interest there? Former employees of Unilever, here comes Unilever again, still exists to this day. You will see these lotion bottles with Unilever there. Held key positions in the oils and fats division of the Ministry of Food, and continued to receive checks from Unilever. So they are in the government contributing in writing of policy that is going to determine how businesses run, what they do, what they can get away with, while owning one of those businesses. Conflict of interest. The Oils and Fats Division, again, lack of morality. The Oils and Fats Division handed over the allocation of buying quotas for the produce boards to the Association of West African Merchants, which was dominated by Unilever's subsidiary, the UAC. It is no wonder that the Ministry of Food sent a prominent Lebanese businessman a directive that he had to sign an agreement drawn up by the UAC. So not only that's what happens, right? This owner of this business that is getting benefits from the policies that are written, who is part of deciding what those policies are, can now go there and say, no, we don't want this African company doing this. This has to be the new policy so that they don't get to do that. It is no wonder that the companies had government aid in keeping prices down in Africa and in securing forced labor where necessary. It is no wonder that Unilever then sold soap, margarine, and such commodities at profitable prices within a market assured by the British government. Of course, the metropolitan governments also, oh, by the way, instead of buying Unilever toothpaste, now you have an alternative. Again, the Barnes and Noble bookstore in Philadelphia. And they do have a website. I shared it at the beginning of the video. Maybe I didn't share the website. I'm going to share it later. I think I did though. But instead of buying these are the small steps we take, taking ourselves outside. The more options we have, the more we take ourselves out of the capitalist system. Instead of buying Unilever toothpaste, if you look at your toothpaste and you find Unilever on it's a small print, right? Stop and buy this. This is an option. Of course, the metropolitan governments also ensured that a certain proportion of the colonial surplus went directly into the coffers of the state. This sounds like it sounds like a mafia on steroids, right? So we're going to help you all put policies that are going to help you run business if you pay us a percentage of your profits. Oh, good deal. All right. They all scratch your back if you scratch mine. They all had some forms of direct investment in capitalist enterprises. The Belgian government was an investor in mining, and so too was the Portuguese government through its part ownership of the Angolan Diamond Company. The French government was always willing to associate itself with the financial sector. When colonial banks were in trouble, they could count on rescue from the French government, and indeed, a portion of their shares passed into the hands of the French government. It's all one system. The British colonial government was perhaps the least anxious to become directly involved in everyday business enterprises, but it did run the eastern Nigeria coal mines, apart from railways. Marketing boards helped the colonizing power to get its hands on some immediate cash. One finds that the cocoa board sold to the British Ministry of Food at very low prices, and the ministry in turn sold to British manufacturers, making a profit that was as high as £11 million in some years. More important still, the board sold to the United States, which was the largest market and one where prices were very high. None of the profits went back to the African farmer, but instead represented British foreign exchange in American dollars, which then increases the value of the pound and of the dollar. And you see how that increase in value is based on the exploitation of Africa. Follow the chain, y'all. Follow the money trail. From 1943, Britain and the United States engaged in what was known as reverse lend-lease. This meant that wartime United States loans to Britain were repaid partly by raw materials shipped from British colonies, Africa, to the United States. So those of you who want to take United States out of colonialism, nah, I'm not letting you get away with it. Tin and rubber from Malaya were Malaya, I guess is how you would pronounce that. Give me one quick second. Just bear with me. Sorry about that. More important still, the board sold to the United States, which was the largest market and one where prices were very high. None of the profits went back to the African farmer, but instead represented British foreign exchange in American dollars. From 1943, Britain and the United States engaged in what was known as reverse lend-lease. This meant that wartime United States loans to Britain were repaid partly by raw materials shipped from British colonies to the United States. Tin and rubber from Malaya were very important in that context, while Africa supplied a wide range of products, both mineral and agricultural. Cocoa was third as a dollar earner after tin and rubber. In 1947, West African cocoa brought over $100 million to the British dollar balance. Besides, having a virtual monopoly of the production of diamonds, South Africa was also able to sell to the United States and earn dollars for Britain. In 1946, Harry F. Oppenheimer told his fellow directors of De Beers Consolidated Mines that sales of gem diamonds during the war secured about 300 million American dollars for Great Britain. It was on this very issue of currency that the colonial government did the most manipulations to ensure that Africa's wealth was stashed away in the coffers of the metropolitan state. To the British colonial sphere, coins and notes were first issued through private banks. Then this function was taken over by the West African Currency Board and the East African Currency Board, established in 1912 and 1919, respectively. Those two currency boards are representing a foreign government, despite the fact that they have the names of African spaces. The currency issued by those boards in the colonies had to be backed by sterling reserves, which was money earned by Africa. The manner in which the system worked was as follows. Pay attention. When a colony earned foreign exchange, mainly through exports, these earnings were held in Britain in pounds sterling. Step 1. An equivalent amount of local East or West African currency was issued for circulation in the respective colonies. While the sterling was invested in British government stock, thereby earning even more profit for Britain. The commercial banks worked hand in hand with the metropolitan government and the currency boards to make the system work. Together, they established an intricate financial network which served the common end of enriching Europe at Africa's expense. So again, the manner in which the system worked was as follows. When a colony earned foreign exchange mainly through exports, these earnings were held in Britain in pounds sterling. An equivalent amount of local East or West African currency, equivalent to that pound sterling, was issued for circulation in the respective colonies, while the sterling was invested in British government stock, thereby earning even more profit for Britain. The commercial banks worked hand in hand with the metropolitan government and the currency boards to make the system work. Together, the governments and the private banks, they established an intricate financial network which served the common end of enriching Europe at Africa's expense. Yes, Muata Garai, you're right, the CFA franc. The contribution to sterling reserves by any colony was a gift to the British Treasury, for which the colony received little interest. By the end of the 1950s, the sterling reserves of a small colony like Sierra Leone had reached £60 million, while in 1955, the British government was holding 210 million derived from the sale of cocoa and minerals from Gold Coast. This is 1950s, and we're talking about millions. In the 1950s, what is that amount now as we talk about reparations? Egypt and the Sudan were also heavy contributors to Britain. Africa's total contribution to Britain's sterling balances in 1945 was £446 million, which went up to £1,446 million by 1955. So you can look at that, right? 10-year gap, how it goes from £446 million, what they're making, to £1,446 million in 1955. Now take that time length and look at how much time has gone since 1955 to now, right? And do the math based on that equation to figure out. We can use the same price difference, like don't even think what inflation is at this time, but just use the difference that you get from 1,446 million, subtract 446 million. That is what that 10-year gap equals that amount, right? That's the difference they're making. That's the profit they're making in that 10-year time. Take how many years it's been since 1955 and multiply that by that amount. More than half the total, I think I got the math right. Those of you who are better at math can see what I'm talking about, hopefully. More than half the total gold and dollar reserves of Britain and the Commonwealth, which then stood at 2,120 million. Men like Arthur Creech Jones and Oliver Littleton, major figures in British colonial policy making, admitted that in the early 1950s, Britain was living on the dollar earnings of the colonies. The British government, so in the early 1950s, if not, so legal minds, but for the dollar earnings of the colonies, so but for the dollar earnings coming from Africa, Britain in the 1950s would not live, because Britain was living off of the dollar earnings in the 1950s coming from Africa. The British government was surpassed by its Belgian counterpart in exacting tribute from its colonies, especially during and after the First War. Fast, as in speedy fast. Well, okay. No, actually. First war. After Belgium was overrun by the Germans, a government in exile was set up in London. The colonial secretary of that exiled regime, Robert Gooding, admitted, during the war, the Congo was able to finance all the expenditure of the Belgian government in London, including the diplomatic service as well as the cost of our armed forces in Europe and Africa, a total of some 40 million pounds. In fact, thanks to the resources of the Congo, the Belgian government in London had not to borrow a shilling or a dollar, and the Belgian gold reserve could be left intact. Here goes this picture. Let's paint it. This means that the running of governments in the West would have been dysfunctional, not possible, if not for the resources from Africa. But for the resources coming from Africa, Western governments, Western economy would not have been able to function. Since the war, surplus of earnings by the Congo in currencies other than the Belgian franc have all accrued to the National Bank of Belgium. Therefore, quite apart from all that the private capitalists looted from Congo, the Belgian government was also a direct beneficiary to the tune of millions of francs per annum. To discuss French colonialism, and this is why I laugh when you hear some family is claiming, oh, okay, we are going to own the wrongs we did, and we are offering 100,000 to some Black organization. I'm like, dude, you haven't even come close to the amount that you owe. Chill, sit there. We're still deciding how much you owe. When we give you the receipt, we will decide how much you need to pay. To discuss French colonialism in this context would be largely to repeat remarks made with reference to the British and Belgians. Guinea was supposedly a poor colony, but in 1952, it earned France 1 billion francs, or about $5.6 million in foreign exchange, based on the sale of bauxite, coffee, and bananas. So these white folk, right, these oppressive white folk, want to call us, Trump, shithole countries, but their supposedly non-shithole country is being built off of our resources, including our bodies, our labor. So they're thinking they're the best thing since sliced bread, right? But they wouldn't be if not for the resources coming from Africa. For those Africans who want to give credit and praise, and I was that African until I started the decolonizing process of my mind. The West. Those of you who want to praise the West, talk about how things are great in the West, how, oh, I want to buy shoes from the US, they're better than shoes in Kenya. Just remember that Kenya built the US. South Africa built the US. Nigeria built the US. The US, the UK, France, Belgium, Germany, name whatever European company you want to name. I bet you, name it, any one of them. They would not be anything today if not for African resources. At least they would not be what they are today without African resources. French financial techniques were slightly different from those of other colonial powers. France tended to use the commercial banks more rather than set up separate currency boards. France also squeezed more out of Africans by imposing levies for military purposes. And by the way, you're also paying for their militaries. So you want to talk about the United States, these Black confused people in the United States who want to talk about we have the greatest military in the world. That military would not be as great as it is without African resources. And you all know how far that goes beyond just the use of our labor. You all know the technology that has been used to build their nuclear weapons would not be anything if not for the resources that came from African land. The French government dressed Africans in French army uniforms and used them to fight other Africans, to fight other colonized peoples like the Vietnamese, and to fight in European wars, which is why I said these really were world wars because they forced you to get your behinds off of Africa, or they got them. You didn't get them. They forced you out. And you ended up in Europe fighting for their wars, dressed in their uniforms. The insult is just on so many levels, it's not even funny. And when you think about that, is why Nduku will sit in a room and talk to white people that here's a scenario. If I'm in a room with you as an African and we're talking to white folk and they're being trifling, and you tell me that I'm being abrasive, that I'm being tactless, I will look at you, black person with a white soul, and I'll dismiss you. And now you will be just as much my enemy as the white folk who are sitting across from me, because you are accommodating their ish. So be warned if you are working with Nduku and trying to accommodate colonial systems and imperialism. I will treat you as if you are one of them, because you have clearly shown me that you're one of them. The colonial budget had to bear the cost of sending these African French soldiers to die. But if they returned alive, they had to be paid pensions out of African funds. And I would rather honestly not do business with you if you are accommodating colonial systems. So if you are the kind of black person that's making apologies for white folk who are acting a fool, if I get on the phone with you, we're talking about a business deal, and you're telling me, and I'm telling you, this business deal, there's a lot of racism in this business deal. There's a lot of exploitation. The way you're talking reminds me of colonialists. It sounds very much of exploitation. The words that you're using are exploitative terms, or at least they are used to serve exploitation. If you're that black African person in that room and I tell you that, and the next day, after I have told you that and shown you the evidence of that, the next day I find out that you're still working with those entities to continue that, and you're not making an effort to leave, as in you're not looking for alternatives, or in order to balance that out, you're not contributing to an African organization. In order to balance that out, you're not volunteering at no cost to an African organization that needs your skills. Like, you're not leveling that. Yeah. To sum up briefly, colonialism meant a great intensification of exploitation within Africa, to a level much higher than that previously in existence, and a communalism of feudal-type African societies. Simultaneously, it meant the export of that surplus in massive proportions, for that was the central purpose of colonialism. So the central purpose of colonialism was to benefit capitalism, and they used racism to justify it. You see how it's one system? None of those things exist without the other. They are all dependent on each other to survive. So colonialism is capitalism is racism. Racism is capitalism is colonialism. Capitalism is colonialism is racism. The strengthening of the technological and military aspects of capitalism. A preliminary examination of the non-monetary benefits of colonialism to Europe. So let's move away from the money, right? We've talked about the money. Baba Rodney has shown us how much money they're making off of us. He's shown us numbers. But now he's telling us not only did they make money, but here's another way they benefited, right? Because we want to look at money and say, oh, this is how much they owe us because this is how much they made. No, but how else did they benefit? What other things that are African, including our bodies, did they take advantage of? Did they use to build the monies or build whatever it is that they have? So this is what Baba Rodney is talking about here. There are still some bourgeois propagandists who assert that colonialism was not a paying concern for Europeans, just as there are those who say that the slave trade was not profitable to Europeans. It is not worthwhile to engage in a direct refutation of such a viewpoint. Baba Rodney is giving us advice. When you encounter the whites or the blacks who assert that colonialism was not a paying concern for Europeans, just as there are those, they also argue that the slave trade was not profitable to Europeans. Baba Rodney is telling you that it is not worthwhile to engage in a direct refutation of such a viewpoint, since it consumes time which could otherwise be more usefully employed. The foregoing section was a statement on the level of actual monetary profits made by colonial powers out of Africa. But Africa's contribution to European capitalism was far greater than mere monetary returns. The colonial system permitted the rapid development of technology and skills within the metropolitan sectors of imperialism. It also allowed for the elaboration of the modern organizational techniques of the capitalist firm and of imperialism as a whole. Indeed, colonialism gave capitalism an added lease on life and prolonged its existence in Western Europe, which had been the cradle of capitalism. At the beginning of the colonial period, science and technology as applied to production already had a firm base inside Europe, a situation which was itself connected to overseas trade, as previously explained. Europe then was entering the age of electricity, of advanced ferrous and non-ferrous metallurgy, and of the proliferation of manufactured chemicals. All of these were carried to great heights during the colonial period. Electrical devices were raised to the qualitatively new level of electronics, incorporating miniaturization of equipment. Fantastic progress in telecommunications and the creation of computers. So, the technological advances in Europe, in the West, would not exist without African resources. Chemical industries were producing a wide range of synthetic substitutes for raw materials, and as a whole new branch of petrochemicals had come into existence. The combination of metals by metallurgical innovations meant that products could be offered to meet far-reaching demands of heat resistance, lightness, tensile strength. Those of you who are buying those seeds that you're being told will resist drought, same logic is going on there. At the end of colonialism, say 1960, Europe was on the verge of another epoch, that of nuclear power. It is common knowledge that the gap between the output of the metropoles and that of the colonies increased by at least 15 to 20 times during the epoch of colonialism. More than anything else, it was the advance of scientific technique in the metropoles which was the cause of the great gulf between African and Western European levels of productivity by the end of the colonial period. Therefore, it is essential to understand the role of colonialism itself in bringing about the scientific progress in the metropoles and its application to industry. It would be extremely simple-minded to say that colonialism in Africa or anywhere else caused Europe to develop its science and technology. It would be extremely simple-minded to say that colonialism in Africa and anywhere else caused Europe to develop its science and technology. The tendency towards technological innovation and renovation was inherent in capitalism itself because of the drive for profits. However, it would be entirely accurate to say that the colonization of Africa and other parts of the world formed an indispensable link in a chain of events which made possible the technological transformation of the base of European capitalism. Without that link, European capitalism would not have been producing goods and services at the level attained in 1960. In other words, our very yardsticks for measuring developed and underdeveloped nations would have been different. Profits from African colonialism mingled with profits from every other source to finance scientific research. This was true in the general sense that the affluence of capitalist society in the present century allowed more money and leisure for research. So these people were not caught up trying to survive. Because they were making money and living luxurious lives, they could afford to sit and test and read and test and retest and read for science. Because they were not worried about what they're going to eat that night. They were not worried about a sick child who cannot get treatment. They were not worried about they cannot pay rent or anything. All that was taken care of. They have large coffers of money, right? So they had the luxury this is now where you look at the system and you look, okay, white people are getting these jobs that pay them more because they're qualified, because they had this type of education. Of course, they had that type of education because they could afford it. Of course, they had the luxury to be in tutoring because they could afford it, right? They had the luxury to spare time to go and be in these spaces where they could learn skills that allowed them to be more, to have more access, or to develop more, or to be more innovative. But here's the power of we as Africans. Despite being in a system that was crushing us, that did not allow us that luxury of stepping aside and being innovative, we were still innovative. There are several Africans on the continent and in the United States and elsewhere where Africans were taken, where they were daily life of oppression. Even under those circumstances, we still have innovators, African innovators everywhere, and you can see the innovations. So you can imagine what a resilient people we are. It is also true because the development of capitalism in the imperialist epoch continued the division of labor inside the capitalist metropoles to the point where scientific research was a branch of the division of labor, and indeed one of its most important branches. European society moved away from scientific research as an ad hoc, personal, and even whimsical affair to a situation where research was given priority by governments, armies, and private capitalists. It was funded and guided. Careful scrutiny reveals that the source of funding and the direction in which research was guided were heavily influenced by the colonial situation. Firstly, it should be recalled that profits made by Europe and Africa represented investable surpluses. The profit was not merely an end in itself. Thus, the East and West African currency boards invested in the British government stock, while the commercial banks and insurance companies invested in government bonds, mortgages, and industrial shares. These investment funds acquired from the colonies spread to many sectors in the metropoles and benefited industries that had nothing to do with processing of colonial products. So you can imagine, if the governments are indeed funding and guiding science, so the governments are influencing how science is done, and we're talking about GMO, you see the conflict in interest? And then you send Bill Gates to Africa to talk about the benefits of GMO. Do you all see the conflict of interest and why you should not just take these white people for their word? Just because they tell you GMO is good, don't just take it for that. Ask questions. What are the side effects of GMO? Should you have a research, right? Part of research is, what are the benefits of this thing that we have finally innovated, right? What's the detriment to the human population on this thing? And trust me, even criminal researchers, criminal governments do both positive and negative. They have record of that. Trust me, because they're selfish. They have to think of themselves. They know they're humans. So if they're going to be producing a product that they're going to be selling to humans, and they're producing it scientifically, right? It's not naturally available. They're manufacturing it. They, in that research, will take notes on what positive aspects of that product are and what negative aspects of that product are. So when they come to you and sell you a product and all they're saying is what's positive, you as the consumer should turn around and say, all right, what is negative? I want to see those records. That company must make public both the positive and the negative aspects of whatever it is they're selling to us. This is the level of revolution that we all need to get to. However, it is easier to trace the impact of colonial exploitation on industries directly connected with colonial imports. Such industries have to improvise that kind of machinery, which most effectively utilized colonial raw materials. That led, for example, to machinery for crushing palm kernels and to a process for utilizing the less delicately flavored coffee by turning it into a soluble powder, namely instant coffee. Merchants and industrialists also considered ways in which colonial raw materials could be modified to meet specifications of European factories in quality and quantity. An example of this type would be the care taken by the Dutch in Java and by the Americans in Liberia to breed and graft new varieties of rubber plants yielding more and being more resistant to disease. They started this a long time ago. Ultimately, the search for better quality raw materials merged with the search for sources of raw material, which would make European capitalism less dependent on colonial areas, and that led to synthetics. I don't know if you all see the level of exploitation here, if you're all following it. This GMO, these seeds I saw the other day on LinkedIn, them advertising beans that apparently are resistant to disease and drought. That science is being innovated at the expense of nature. So if they want you to be their market, they're going to squash nature in order for you to buy this. So the seeds that you're naturally producing, they're going to make it illegal for you to do that so that you can buy this. Again, they write laws that will continue your oppression. So they will make it a crime for you to grow natural, original seeds for beans if now they have a product in the market of synthetic beans that they have built themselves. I'm calling them synthetic for lack of a better word. Essentially what I'm saying is they're not natural. It is not what God created. It is what man who God created, if we are calling it a God, the divinity, is taking and playing around with and seeing how they can create it to withstand drought, to withstand disease. So they're calling it a better thing. But when they create that science, are the harms to the body? What is the harm to the body of that new product that they have made, that seed that they have made in the lab? In the sphere of shipping, it can readily be appreciated that certain technological modifications and innovations would be connected with the fact that such a high proportion of shipping was used to tie together colonies and metropoles. Ships had to be refrigerated to carry perishable goods. They had to make special holds for bulky and liquid cargoes such as palm oil. And the transport of petroleum from the Middle East, North Africa, and other parts of the world led to oil tankers as a special class of ships. The design of ships and the nature of their cargoes in turn affected the kind of port installations in the metropoles. Where connections were remote or even apparently non-existent, it can still be claimed that colonialism was a factor in the European technological revolution. As science blossomed in the present century, its interconnections became numerous and complex. It is impossible to trace the origin of every idea and every invention, but it is well understood by serious historians of science that the growth of the body of scientific knowledge and its application to everyday life is dependent upon a large number of forces operating within the society as a whole, and not just upon the ideas within given branches of science. With the rise of imperialism, one of the most potent forces within metropolitan capitalist societies was precisely that emanating from colonial or semi-colonial areas. The above considerations apply fully to any discussion of the military aspects of imperialism. The protection of empire being one of the crucial stimulants added to the science of armaments in a society that had been militaristically inclined ever since the feudal era. The new colonial dimension to European military preoccupation was particularly noticeable in the sharp naval rivalry among Britain, Germany, France, and Japan before and during the First World War. I think at one point, Britain blows up German ships because they didn't want them taken by Russians. I don't know if you all have heard that story. You can put it in the chat. We can add it to the discussion. That rivalry over colonies, or was it French ships that were blown up by French ships were blown up by British because they didn't want them to get in the hands of Germany. I think that's what that is. That rivalry over colonies and for spheres, this is under Churchill, that rivalry over colonies and for spheres of capitalist investments produced new types of armed naval vessels, such as destroyers and submarines. By the end of the Second World War, military research had become the most highly organized branch of scientific research, and one that was subsidized by the capitalist states from the profits of international exploitation. During the interwar years, and just to expound on that story, which if someone has more details can tell us about, what happens is there are some French ships that are docked somewhere, and there's the threat now that they might get in the hands of Germans. And Churchill tells the French, you need to destroy your ships. You need to get your people out of those. No, they say they had Frenchmen in them. The ships had people, human beings in them. And Churchill says, you need to get your folk out of those ships because we're going to blow them up because we're not allowing them to get in the hands of Germans. And the French, because they're trying to flex as well, they're like, hell no, we ain't doing it. And Churchill says again, dudes, I'm giving you until this time. If the ships are still there, whether they have people in them or not, we, Britain, are not allowing them to get in the hands of Germany because Germany is going to use them against us. So we going to blow them up. This goes back to Russia and Ukraine. If Britain and Britain leaders, political leaders today are pointing fingers at Russia, you as a well-informed person, African or non-African, should point your finger back at Britain or remind them that as they point to Germany or Russia, 3 fingers are pointing at them, right? That they too were in a position where they were under threat by Germany. And in order to avoid the threat from being a reality, they shot down French ship with Frenchmen in them to avoid Germany from getting access to them. So, in other words, here comes Russia, Ukraine, the issue. And there are many, many details. I'm not saying this is the only aspect of that situation. Russia has signed a deal or they have an agreement with Ukraine. You're not going to be a part of NATO because you being a part of NATO means that the US can come and build a base in Ukraine. If the US builds a base in Ukraine, we in Russia are at more risk because the US has been trying to take us down. So here's a deal. Never allow that. Never become a member of NATO because you becoming a member of NATO is going to threaten our sovereignty, right? And Ukraine decides, the current leader in Ukraine, this is a very simplistic way of explaining what is happening. And it's just one aspect of it, like I said. But I'm trying to compare it to what happened in these days. And we're going to get back to the chapter. Ukraine decides that now the US, by the way, the US is, we're talking, the main villain, if you were to draw this in a graphic, the bigger villain is the US. These other people are just being manipulated by the US. So US goes to Ukraine, knock, knock, knock. Hey, dudes, look, you all need to be a member of NATO. You want to be protected from Russia, right? So you got to be a member of NATO. And it's looking all nice to the Ukraine. Ukraine is not asking, or their leader is too greedy to ask questions like, oh, but if we become a member of NATO, we have an agreement with Russia. And the US is not bringing it up probably. And you guys get to be in our land. Russia doesn't want that. If we break that agreement, we might be attacked by Russia. No, that's not being discussed. Or maybe it is, and everyone's like, nah, it's not going to happen. And so the Ukraine goes ahead and breaks that agreement. And now they're being bombed by Russia because Russia is trying to defend itself. I'm not saying they're good people. I'm not saying Russians are good. I'm saying there are no good people at all on all sides in this situation. And so, as an African, who, while these white folk are fighting amongst themselves, still has Haiti, that these white folk, apparently, while fighting each other, have time to spare to continue exploiting, still have Niger, still have Congo, still have what is happening to every African space in the continent and outside. Please forgive me if me, Nduku, decide that I'm not going to be caught up in Russia and Ukraine and say that they can handle themselves. It's too bad that some innocent people are dying, but I'm not going to worry about that because we have a war going on here for us. We got to check out for ourselves before I worry about that, especially if they have manufactured that situation. There were terms of agreement that they have broken, and they knew what the consequences are. Before the War of 1914, the Pan-Africanists Duce, I guess, Muhammad Ali, and W.E.B. Du Bois recognized that monopoly capital was the leading element in imperialist expansion. The most thorough and the best known analysis of this phenomenon was made by the Russian revolutionary leader, Lenin. Lenin was virtually prophetic because as the colonial age advanced, it became more and more obvious that those who stood to benefit most were the monopoly concerns, and especially those involved in finance. Africa, plus Asia and Latin America, contributed to the elaboration of the strategies by which competition among small companies gave way to domination by a small handful of firms in various economic activities. It was on the India trade routes that shipping companies first started the conference lines in 1875. This monopoly practice spread rapidly to the South African trade and reached a high pitch in West Africa in the early years of this century. On the commercial side, it was in West Africa that both the French and the English derived considerable experience in pooling and market sharing, apart from the fact that little companies were steadily being gobbled up by bigger ones from the beginning to the end of colonialism. It was in Southern Africa that there emerged the most carefully planned structures of interlocking directorates, holding companies, and giant corporations which were multinational both in their capital subscriptions and through the fact that their economic activities were dispersed in many lands. Individual entrepreneurs like Oppenheimer made huge fortunes from the South African soil. But Southern Africa was never really in the era of individual and family business characteristic of Europe and America up to the early part of this century. The big mining companies were impersonal professional things. They were organized in terms of personnel, production, marketing, and advertising, and they could undertake long-term commitments. At all times, inner productive forces gave capitalism its drive towards expansion and domination. It was the system which expanded. But in addition, one can see in Africa and in Southern Africa in particular, the rise of a capitalist superstructure manned by individuals capable of consciously planning the exploitation of resources right into the next century, and aiming at racist domination of the Black people of Africa until the end of time. Here comes in Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And I'll ask you again as an Africa, ask you as the Europeans tell you the Africa we want. Who's the we? Ever since the 15th century, Europe was in strategic command of world trade and of the legal and organizational aspects of the movement of goods between continents. Europe's power increased with imperialism because imperialism meant investments, and investments, with or without colonial rule, gave Europeans capitalist control over production within each continent. The amount of benefits to capitalism increased accordingly, since Europe could determine the quantity and quality of different raw materials inputs which would need to be brought together in the interests of capitalism as a whole, and of the bourgeois class in particular. For instance, sugar production in the West Indies was joined in the colonial period by cocoa production within Africa, so that both merged into the chocolate industry of Europe and North America. In the metallurgical field, iron ore from Sweden, Brazil, or Sierra Leone could be turned into different types of steel with the addition of manganese from the Gold Coast or chrome from southern Rhodesia. Such examples could be multiplied almost indefinitely to cover the whole range of capitalist production in the colonial period. As John Stuart Mill said, the trade between England and the West Indies in the 18th century was like the trade between town and country. In the present century, the links are even closer, and it is more marked that the town, Europe, is living off the countryside, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. When it said that colonies should exist for the metropoles by producing raw materials and buying manufactured goods, the underlying theory was to introduce an international division of labor covering working people everywhere. World Trade Organization. This is to say, up to that point, each society had allocated to its own members particular functions in production. Some hunted, some made clothes, some built houses. But we're talking about Africa, right? But with colonialism, the capitalists determined what types of labor the workers should carry on in the world at large. Now, Africa no longer has control to determine what they do. Africans and Africa no longer have control to determine what they do. In comes colonialism. The white invader now is controlling what you do. In comes, apparently, independence, but independence based on race, right? Or anti-racism. And you forget that now the people who look like you, who are of your race, have been infected with Europeanism, with Western culture. And therefore, you think you're independent because the white has left. But you don't realize, for those of you who watch alien movies, that they have kissed your African brothers and spat the worm into them of colonialism. And now your African's brother has become the colonialist. So you're not independent. Not as long as you have the African leaders you have today, because they all have the little worm, the alien worm in them. And they're not operating as Africans. They're literally operating as the alien, the European. But with colonialism, it's an analogy, get it or don't get it. Otherwise, you can cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it. But with colonialism, and thanks to Baba, I'm not going to take credit for that. Kaba Kamene, I got that from you. Cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it. Colonialist. But with colonialism, the capitalists determined what types of labor the workers should carry on in the world at large. Africans were to dig minerals out of the subsoil, grow agricultural crops, collect natural products, and perform a number of other odds and ends such as bicycle repairing. Inside Europe, North America, and Japan, workers would refine the minerals and the raw materials and make the bicycles. So even when you as a Black person say, we built the United States, and someone wants to tell you, no, Japanese people built it, these people built it, those people built it, you can still tell them, yeah, the resources were still coming from Africa. Even if Japanese people were working in those factories to manufacture whatever the end product was from those resources, it was still Africans providing the resources. And Africans were the ones digging them out to be shipped to Europe. So again, it's still Africans who built you. The international division of labor brought about by imperialism and colonialism ensured that there would be the maximum increase in the level of skills in the capitalist nations. It took mainly physical strength to dig the minerals from the farm, and to farm the African soil. But the extraction of the metals from the ores and the subsequent manufacture of finished goods in Europe promoted more and more technology and skills there as time went on. Take the iron. So look at that. What that means as far as revolution and our current movement to liberate Africa and Africans globally is, if then you as Africans do the manufacturing in Africa, then it would give you a chance to promote more and more technology and skills within Africa. Take the iron and steel industry as an example. Modern steel manufacture derives from the Siemens open hearth system and the Bessemer process, which were both already in existence in the second half of the last century. And for those of Africans who want to look into starting manufacturing in Africa, when I read a sentence like that, you write down those two terms. Siemens open hearth system. That is Siemens, S-I-E-M-E-N-S. That's one word. Open hearth is open, O-P-E-N dash H-E-A-R-T-H system. Apparently that's a system of manufacturing steel. So go down that rabbit hole and see what that entails. And then there's the other process of manufacturing steel, which is called the Bessemer process, which is Bessemer. So for those of us who are talking about, yes, thank you, Muata Garai. Those are for those of you who are watching the video. You can look at the chat. Our brother Muata Garai has put the systems of manufacturing steel there. So if you are an African who is skilled, or even if not skilled and want to build the skill, but it's interesting, an African, by the way, even beyond African borders, in building manufacturing within Africa so that we can build the skills, the economy, and all that, look into those two processes and learn about steel manufacturing. And then you can expound on them and build other through that knowledge systems that will help us manufacture in Africa. The same thing goes to cotton manufacturing. I'm going to be involved in that area, cotton manufacturing, not steel. I'm not interested in steel. I hope another African takes that on. But I want to get involved in manufacturing cotton within Africa, textiles, revive the African textile industry. And so I will start looking into, with those who are working with me, what are the processes of producing cotton? What were they? Looking into them, how can we make them better? I already spoke again with a company that I mentioned earlier on, and I said, okay, usually this first of all, this fabric that we're getting, most of it is being produced in China. But I don't like how stiff it is, right? Because those of you who've bought some of the African fabric, it's so stiff when you wear it, you're not flexible. So how do we make it more comfortable? We need to look into that so that when we produce the next line of fabric, it accommodates for easy movement, the body limitations, right? So that you're comfortable when you wear whatever it is you're wearing that is African. Which were both already in existence in the, I'll start that sentence, I'm sorry. Modern steel manufacture derives from the Siemens open hearth system and the Bessemer process, which were both already in existence in the second half of the last century. They both underwent major modifications, transforming steel manufacture from intermittent operations to something requiring huge continuous electrical furnaces. In more recent years, skilled workmen have been replaced by automation and computerization. But altogether, the gains in technology and skills were immense compared with the years before imperialism got underway. Iron ore was not one of Africa's major exports in the colonial days, and it may therefore appear to be an irrelevant example. However, iron was very significant in the economy of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and North Africa. It can be used to illustrate the trend by which the International Division of Labor allowed technology and skills to grow in the metropoles. Furthermore, it must be recalled that Africa was an important source of the minerals that went into making steel alloys, notably manganese and chrome. Manganese, for those of you who don't know what an alloy is when you take two different metals and you make another. Manganese was essential in the Bessemer process. It was mined in several places in Africa, with the Noma mine on the Gold Coast having the largest single manganese deposit in the world. And for those of you who are intellectuals, please do not come for me and start talking about that's not how you describe it. That's a simple way. Yes, of course, it's a simple way. I'm providing a simple way for the masses to understand what I'm talking about. Dum-dum. Sorry. American companies owned the Gold Coast and North African mines and used the product in the steel industry of the United States. Chrome from South Africa and southern Rhodesia also played a similar role in steel metallurgy, being essential for the manufacture of stainless steel. Columbite was another of the African minerals, that's Columbite, was another of the African minerals valuable for the creation of steel alloys. Being highly heat resistant, one of its principal uses was in making steel for jet engines. So, when you praise these Western nations in how they have airplanes, when you praise Boeing for how it manufactures airplanes, remember apparently that Boeing would not have the highly heat resistant alloy steel alloy that was made heat resistant from an African mineral, a mineral gotten from Africa, they would not have that steel alloy to build the jet engines. First of all, it was the rapid development of European industry and technology which caused columbite to assume value. It had been a discarded byproduct of tin mining in Nigeria up to 1952. Then, once it was utilized, it gave further stimulus to European technology in the very sophisticated sphere of airplane engines. And here comes, and again, I'm simplifying, here comes the situation where we're talking about now. Africa is truly, truly liberated. How do we survive? They've told us, we're reading these books, they're telling us this research is available. So our duty is to collect all this scientific research and start putting it in African spaces where we can start reading it and learning how these processes are done. And now we as Africans build manufacturing companies that are, again, we have to remember about our ecosystem. If these people built and there were harmful things that they did, when we rebuild, we must make sure we do not take on those harmful practices. So that's part of it all. But we must now get from the book to the actuality of it and start testing the different things to see what we can produce so that we can start producing it in Africa. Obviously, according to and part of that is also Africans supporting the financial end of those efforts. Obviously, according to the International Division of Labor prevailing under colonialism, it was the American, Canadian, British, and French workers who had access to the skills involved in working with columbite, rather than the Nigerian worker who dug the ore out of the ground. And so if a nation today, a Western nation, is telling you that it wants to partner with you to get those resources or out of African ground, but they're bringing French men who have higher skills and having them work, and they're not teaching you as Nigerians those skills so that you can take on those the role of the skilled worker, that's a problem today. As Africans, you should not sign on to that partnership. Every partnership, if we're going to talk about liberating Africa, moving forward, Africa should have this policy that if you as the West think you can teach us something, or you think you're capable of doing something better than we do and you want to be the ones doing it, you're not going to just be the ones who are doing it. When you come to Africa, you're going to teach the Africans how to do it for a year. And then after a year, based on the contract, we're going to write up a contract that says after a year, you will step back. And now the Africans will take over that process. For certain, and if you're not willing to teach, then you cannot be a part of, like, no partnership, no deal without that term being fulfilled. For certain reasons, columbite fell off sharply in demand after, hold on real quick, sorry. Columbites fell off sharply in demand after a few years, but during that time, it had contributed towards making the European metallurgist even more proficient and experienced. In that way, it was helping to promote self-sustained growth and to produce the gap which is evident in any comparison of the developed and underdeveloped countries. For those of us who are interested and want to go down that rabbit hole to build for us, metallurgist, I'm going to put the spelling in the chat. It's METALL, that's two L's, URGIST. Go look it up, find out who that person is, what that role is, what are the skills required, see how to earn those skills, implement. It's not as simple as I'm saying, because there's money involved, there's investment and all that, and capital, but at least we take that step. In that way, it was helping to promote self-sustained growth and to produce the gap, which is evident in any comparison of the developed and underdeveloped countries. Copper, too, fell neatly into the category under discussion. By the way, you don't even need the Europeans to teach you. It would be nice if you have hands-on being taught, but you can do the research and we can write books with this knowledge and the curriculum, the process of teaching those skills based on research that we do. We gather all the information, these scientists, because they're very proud of themselves. They like to put down what they have accomplished in books. Get those books, we read them, and we take notes and put together processes for ourselves. Unskilled production by Africans was required to get the ore for export, followed by refinement in a European capitalist plant. Copper was Africa's chief mineral export. Being an excellent conductor of electricity, it became an indispensable part of the capitalist electrical industry. It is an essential component of generators, motors, electric locomotives, telephones, telegraphs, light and power lines, motor cars, buildings, ammunition, radios, refrigerators, and a host of other things. A technological era tends to be defined by the principal source of power. Today, we speak of a nuclear age, since the potential of nuclear power is shown to be immense. The Industrial Revolution in Europe during the 18th and 19th centuries was the age of steam. In a parallel manner, the colonial epoch was the age of electricity. Therefore, the vital copper exports from Congo, North Rhodesia, and other parts of Africa were contributing to the leading sector of European technology. From that strategic position, its multiplier effects were innumerable and were of incalculable benefit to capitalist development. In the context of a discussion of raw materials, special reference must again be made to the military. African minerals played a decisive role both with regard to conventional weapons and with regard to the breakthrough to atomic and nuclear weapons. It was from the Belgian Congo during the Second World War that the United States began getting the uranium that was a prerequisite to making the first atomic bomb. In any case, by the end of the colonial period, industry and the war machine in the colonizing nations had become so intertwined and inseparable that any contribution to one was a contribution to the other. Lord have mercy. That sentence, let's sit with that and look at ourselves. In any case, by the end of the colonial period, and even in contemporary times, my addition, industry and the war machine. So, those of you who want to judge me for my past affiliations, industry, private industry, and the military, the war machine, in colonizing nations, in imperialist nations, contemporary times, have become, are so intertwined and inseparable that any contribution to one was a contribution to the other. So those of you who want to judge Africans who are working in law enforcement, remind yourself where you are working in private sector or what companies you're supporting, because you are both equally at fault. If we're going to place blame, you as an African should not point a finger, is what this is saying to us now. This is the analysis. You should not point a finger at an African working in law enforcement, telling them, why are you working in that organization that is doing this to Africans? Because Baba Walter Rodney is telling us the private and the military are not any different. If you're contributing to the military, you're contributing to the private. If you're contributing to the private, you're contributing to the military. So we need to figure out a way soon to get us all out of those spaces. Therefore, and I will say this out loud, because this book is available. This book is available. And these people, why are we trying to hide from them? This book is available. And it tells you here that the only way the Kenya Land and Freedom Army accepted when Africans were working in law enforcement spaces is if you were there to collect information for their benefit. It's here. This is publicly available. This is not Nduku. Why are you saying that publicly? They'll hear you. This book is out in whatever, man. Therefore, Africa's massive contribution to what initially appears as peaceful pursuits, and do not, by the way, do not kid yourself that the West, that the United States does not have people embedded in your own spaces getting information every day. So you want to be the African who says, Nduku, how dare you? You want to be the Western, the American law enforcement, the American judge, the American lawyer, the American prosecutor who points a finger at me and says you're being anti-America by suggesting that Africans should work for American law enforcement or whichever other imperialist nation to gather information to send to Africans and benefit them to build their own systems to defend themselves. I will remind you every single day, every single second of life, the United States is doing just the same. When the United States points fingers at Russia and China saying, oh, they're such bad nations, they're spying, the United States spies every second of the day, internationally and locally, on its own people. So United States has no moral ground. None. Shit. Want to talk about anti-American? Please. Therefore, Africa's massive contribution to what initially appears as peaceful pursuits. I'm sorry, I get really pissed off sometimes. Therefore, Africa's massive contribution to what initially appears as peaceful pursuits, such as the making of copper wire and steel alloys, ultimately took the shape of explosive devices, aircraft carriers, and so on. So what is your participation in the private industry contributing to the military industry? It was only after European firearms reached a certain stage of effectiveness in the 19th century that it became possible for whites to colonize and dominate the whole world. Similarly, the invention of a massive array of new instruments of destruction in the metropoles was both a psychological and practical disincentive to colonized peoples seeking to regain power and independence. You all had that? Similarly, the invention of a massive array of new instruments of destruction in the metropoles was both a psychological and practical disincentive, makes you not want to do it, to colonized people, to us, seeking to regain power and independence. So if you are talking about, I'm a revolutionary, I'm looking for African revolution, you should be disincentivized. You should be discouraged from wanting to participate in the invention of a massive array of new instruments of destruction in the metropoles. It will readily be recalled that a basic prop to colonialism in Africa and elsewhere was the gun-boat policy, which was resorted to every time the local police and armed forces seemed incapable of maintaining the metropolitan law and the colonial order of affairs. From the viewpoint of the colonized, the strengthening of the military apparatus of the European powers through colonial exploitation was doubly detrimental. Not only did it increase the overall technological gap between metropole and colony, but it immeasurably widened the gap in the most sensitive area, which had to do with concepts of such as power and independence. The international division of labor of the colonial period also ensured that there would be growth of employment opportunities in Europe, apart from the millions of white settlers and expatriates who earned a livelihood in and from Africa. This is now pointing fingers at me, people like me who came here too. Agricultural raw materials were processed in such a way as to form byproducts, constituting industries in their own right. The number of jobs created in Europe and North America by the import of mineral ores from Africa, Asia, and Latin America can be seen from the massive employment role of institutions such as steelworks, automobile factories, alumina and aluminum plants, and copper wire farms. Furthermore, and you can take all the companies that go under that, right? The Fords, the GMs, what steel working industries, the rubber and all that, the Firestone, right? All those companies that fall under steelworks, automobile, this is just an example, factories, aluminum plants, and copper wire farms. Furthermore, those in turn stimulated the building industry, the transport industry, the munitions industry, and so on. Baba Rodney is showing you the connection. These people, okay, this is what you're producing. Who are you selling it to? Oh, you're selling it to the transport company, the building industry, the military. Oh, what is the military using it for? The military is building weapons that are going to come back and attack. He's showing you that the whole system is tied together. You cannot separate one area, judge it, if you're not judging the others. They're all birds of the same feather, flocking together. Furthermore, those in turn stimulated the building industry, the transport industry, the munitions industry, and so on. The mining that went on in Africa left holes in the ground, and the pattern of agricultural production left African soils impoverished. But in Europe, agricultural and mineral imports built a massive industrial complex. So here's that thing where we were talking about. This is what Westerners do. They create the problem and then they turn around and become offer solutions, right? They are the arsonist and the fireman at the same time. How do they create the problem? We're talking about now. They're talking about we're going to help Africa have seeds that are going to help fight the drought and this and that and the conditions of agriculture. But they are the ones who caused those conditions that are now preventing us from being able to produce food. They literally destroyed our land, destroyed our agricultural practices, and then now they're coming to say we're the savior, we're going to help you fix this problem. And you all are trusting them. In the earliest phases of human organization, production was scattered and atomized. This is to say, and this is where Nduku says, if we're going to be talking about solutions for Africa, do not include the West in those solutions. Do not sit down with white folk trying to figure out what we're going to do for Africa. Take their knowledge if you need to, but do not involve them in the conversation of figuring out what we're going to do for Africa. That is a space for Africans only. And even if you involve them in that conversation, you're going to walk away from that room and have another African conversation where you analyze the previous conversation and determine whether it's benefiting or not, and whether you will take it on based on the results you come to or not. The final conversation of how Africa will be developed must not include Europeans or any other foreign entities. It must be had by Africans alone. This is to say, families preserved a separate identity while working for their upkeep. I'm saying if you want liberation. Otherwise, let's continue to live this life and pretend it's not happening. But as long as you want liberation, those are the only terms. There's no other term. There's no, what if we work with them this way? No. If you truly want liberation, that's the standard you must operate by. The final analysis of what Africa will take on. In that space where you have that conversation, no Europeans. Don't show me a picture and I see a white folk sitting in there. I don't care how good they are, how in solidarity they're standing with Africans. Thank you for solidarity. Oh, we have another meeting. We'll see you soon. Okay. This meeting, Africans only. And we're talking about Africans, including their soul is African. Their way of thinking is African, not just by skin. The mining that went on in Africa left holes. I'll read that one more time. It's important. The mining that went on in Africa left holes in the ground, and the pattern of agricultural production left African soils impoverished. But in Europe, agricultural and mineral imports built a massive industrial complex. In the earliest phases of human organization, production was scattered and atomized. This is to say, families preserved a separate identity while working for their upkeep. Over time, production became more social and interrelated in character. The making of a pair, when we end chapter 5, I'm going to look at the charts, we'll have a little discussion, and then we'll move on to chapter 6, and we'll see where we are. Chapter 5 is long. God have mercy. We might not finish chapter 5. That is what is left. So after chapter 5, we'll have a discussion and see where the time is. We probably will not go to chapter 6, which is okay. In the earliest phases of human organization, production was scattered and atomized. This is to say, families preserved a separate identity while working for their upkeep. Over time, production became more social and interrelated in character. The making of a pair of shoes in a mature feudal trading economy involved the cattle rearer, a tanner of the leather, and a shoemaker. Instead of one peasant killing an animal and making himself a pair of shoes, as under self-sufficient communalism. The extent to which a society achieves this social interdependence in making commodities is an index of its development through specialization and coordination. So for the African who was in a space with me and they were offended that I told them they sounded like a colonialist, and they were very much offended that I told them that, this is why I told you sounded like a colonialist. Because you came into that space talking about you can teach Africans how to create value in what they do. You came into that space talking about you can teach Africans how to create value in themselves, as if every African does not have value just by the simple contribution to this system, no matter what they do. So when you come in a room as an African talking about you're going to teach us how to create value in ourselves, and when you're in that room talking about there are certain skills and jobs that are more valuable than others, please forgive me for not giving a hoot when you say you're offended by me telling you sound like a colonialist. Because I will tell you sound like a colonialist. You go and cry a river, you go and build a bridge, and you go and get over it. Because Baba Rodney says, the making of a pair of shoes in a mature feudal trading economy involved the cattle rearer. The farmer who's rearing the cattle has value. Without him, there are no shoes. Without the cattle, there are no shoes. So there's value to that person. A tanner of the leather, the person who takes that skin from the farmer, that hide of the cattle that is dead from the farmer, and turns it into leather, has value. Equal value as the other one who we're going to mention, because without him or her, the leather is not turned, and therefore that other job does not exist. So equal value. And a shoemaker. So without the leather tanner, there's no shoemaker, because there's no need for shoes, because you don't have the resources that make the shoes. So they're all equal value. Okay. Undoubtedly, European capitalism achieved more and more a social character in its production. It integrated the whole world, and with colonial experience as an important stimulus, it integrated very closely every aspect of its own economy, from agriculture to banking. But distribution was not social in character. Here comes now the discrepancies, despite the fact that all these people are equal, because without one, the other does not exist. You do not have your fancy job in your fancy building, driving your fancy car, without whoever was in that mine or in that shady shithole, as you call it, country, African place that provided the resources that helped you get whatever it is that you're enjoying. Undoubtedly, European capitalism achieved more and more a social character in its production. It integrated the whole world, and with colonial experience as an important stimulus, it integrated very closely every aspect of its own economy, from agriculture to banking. But distribution was not social in character. The fruits of human labor went to a given minority class, which was of the white race and resident in Europe and North America. This is the crux of the dialectical process of development and underdevelopment as it evolved over the colonial period. So you bougie Black and white people who talk about they should work just as hard. I've worked hard to earn what I earned. You would not have earned what you earned if not for them. So be grateful for them. The example of Unilever as a major beneficiary of African exploitation. I am so loving Baba Rodney right now. I mean, those of you who've heard me speak of Baba Rodney have no doubt that I love him. But now I'm even loving him even more, because he chose, because of how horrible Unilever is. And Unilever is horrible in many ways. It's horrible, number one, because of what it actually did. But it's horrible also in the way it manipulates propaganda to hide what it actually does or did. By changing names, by partnering or having subsidiaries that sound a different way. So it's creating tentacles that take the criminal aspect, or there's an illusion of taking the criminal aspect from them, right? That way they seem innocent. Baba Rodney said, this company, I'm doing my research, because Baba Rodney was a big researcher. And he said, this one needs a special paragraph or page, number of pages. So now he's talking about Unilever. The example of Unilever as a major beneficiary of African exploitation. Let's start the journey with Baba Rodney. Just as it was necessary to follow African surplus through the channels of exploitation such as banks and milling companies, so the non-monetary contribution which Africa made to European capitalism can also be accurately traced by following the careers of the said companies. We offer below a brief outline of the relevant features of the development of a single firm that of Unilever, in relationship to its exploitation of African resources and people. In 1885, while Africa was being carved up at the conference table, that is a Berlin conference, where these white folk met and decided to make decisions about Africa without Africans involved. And you all are telling me when I whoop their behinds that I should be softer and gentler in how I whoop their behinds, or that I should stop whooping their behinds, despite the fact that they actually sat at a table and decided what to do to us without us being there? Yeah, nah, I'm going to strike hard. In 1885, while Africa was being carved up at the conference table, one William H. Lever started making soap on the Merseyside near Liverpool in England. Merseyside is Merseyside, near Liverpool in England. He called his soap Sunlight. Ooh! Africans, you know that name, Sunlight. Oh my God. And in the swamps where his factory stood, the township of Port Sunlight grew up. Within 10 years, the farm of Lever was selling 40,000 tons of soap per year in England alone, and was building an export business and factories in other parts of Europe, America, and the British colonies. Then came Lifebuoy. These are all products that I can just see myself in high school with my parents, with my family. My aunt sometimes took me going shopping because I was in boarding school. Yeah, you're buying that Lifebuoy, you're buying that Sunlight, Lord have mercy, Vim. Then came Lifebuoy, Lux, Vim, and within another 10 years, Lever was selling 60,000 tons of soap in Britain. And in addition, had factories producing and selling in Canada, the USA, South Africa, Switzerland, Germany, and Belgium. However, soap did not grow in any of these countries. The basic item in its manufacture was stearin, Stearin, obtained from oils and fats. Apart from animal tallow and whale oil, the desirable raw materials all came from the tropics, namely palm oil, palm kernel oil, groundnut oil, and copra. West Africa happened to be the world's great palm produce zone and was also a major grower of groundnuts. In 1887, the Austrian firm CHAPT, and that is such an appropriate name, the way I pronounce it at least is appropriate. That's SC, and I'm sure there's a different way to pronounce it, but I'm going to pronounce it as shit. SCHIEHT, because that brings a little joy in my soul, and I'm good with that. You all can judge as much as you want. I really, honestly, truly to God, love you Africans, but I don't give a hoot. You can again cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it. Thank you, Baba Kaba Kamene, for that one. I am loving it. In 1887, the Austrian firm CHAPT, SCH, thank you, Muata Garai, SCHIEHT, CHAPT, which was later to be incorporated in the Unilever combine, built the first palm kernel crushing mill in Austria, supplied with raw materials by a Liverpool firm of oil merchants. Thank you, Muata Garai. That was not simply coincidence, but part of the logic of imperialism, and the opening up of Africa was the raw material reservoir for Europe. Those of you who tell me, Nduku, you're always so serious. Here's a moment for you to see in public of me not being so serious. Shit. That's the German company. Shit. That's what I'm referring to. As early as 1902, Lever sent out his own explorers to Africa, and they came to the decision that the Congo would be the most likely place to get palm produce, because the Belgian government was willing to offer huge concessions of land with innumerable palm trees. Lever obtained the necessary concessions in Congo and brought in machinery to extract oil from palm kernels. So here now you have two criminals, Britain and Belgium. They're working together. No different. I don't care what you all want to talk about in those rooms where you're talking about, oh, some of them were good, some of them were bad, this colonialism was bad, that. They're all criminals. But the main palm oil exports came from areas on the coast to the north of the Congo. Therefore, in 1980, Unilever, purchased W.B. McIver, a small Liverpool farm in Nigeria. You see how Baba Rodney is tying those? Please take note. So we've gone from Unilever to shit in Germany or Austria, an Austrian farm shit. They're one and the same. We're tying them together. They're connected, right? Do not separate them. And then now we're going to W.B. McIver with a small Liverpool farm in Nigeria. So now they're all one person. We're building a ball, right? Now it has those entities in it. That was followed by acquisitions of 2 small companies in Sierra Leone and Liberia. We have another 2 small companies to put in our ball. Indeed, Lever, at that time called Lever Brothers, Lever, got a foothold in every colony in West Africa. The first major breakthrough occurred when Lever bought the Niger Company. So Niger Company now is joining our ball. One ball. In 1920 for £8 million. Then in 1929, the African and Eastern, the last big rival trading concern, was brought into partnership. And the result of the merger was called the United Africa Company. Our ball is getting bigger. Throw that in there. We're building this ball. During the 1914-18 war, Lever had begun making margarine, Lord have mercy, which required the same raw materials as soap, namely oils and fats. The subsequent years were ones in which such enterprises in Europe were constantly getting bigger through takeovers and mergers. The big names in soap and margarine manufacture on the European continent were 2 Dutch firms, Jurgens and Van der Berg. Jurgens is Jurgens, throw it in the ball, and Van der Berg, V-A-N, one word, der, the, in Germany, D-E-R, Berg, B-E-R-G-H. That's another company. Put it in the ball. One thing, they're not separate. Do not separate them if you're going to identify. This is an investigation we're doing. For those of you who are following me in this reading journey, we are now investigators. We have that cap on. We're trying to figure out what the crime, we have a crime, right? Exploitation of Africans. We're trying to figure out who the criminals are. So these are the facts we're taking down. To separate Unilever from Van der Berg is a problem if you want to make this case. So do not separate them. They are now one entity that we're going to bring the complaint to. And the Austrian farms of Shit and Centra in the ball. The Dutch companies first achieved a dominant position. So now we have Britain, Belgium, Austria, and now the Dutch are coming in. The Dutch companies first achieved a dominant position. Then in 1929, there was a grand merger between their combine and Levers, who in the meantime had been busy buying off virtually all other competitors. So all those other competitors that they bought are now part of the ball. We're still building our ball to determine who the final criminal we are charging is. But as we determine that, in the fine print, we're going to name what that criminal is made of. So all these companies will be listed down there. This is what makes up this. The 1929 merger created Unilever as a single monopoly, divided for the sake of convenience into Unilever Limited. Yes, Bibi Gina, that Jurgens. Well, probably look up Jurgens and see, you can actually just Google just that. Is Jurgens the same as Jergens? For those of you who are with me on that journey, please do that. Let's see what the answer is, whether these criminal are playing around with linguistics. Jurgens, is that the same as Jergens? And given that we're talking about Unilever, who produces what Jurgens is, I would not be surprised if you find out that it is. The Dutch companies first achieved a dominant position. Then in 1929, there was a grand merger between their combine and levers, who in the meantime, and by the way, here is the thing that I'll make it clear for you. We are at war. And now we are at the court, the military court of this war. And we're determining who the criminals, we as Africans have been, a crime has been committed against us. And now we're coming to this court, our own court, our African court. No. It's not a European court. It's not a UN court. It is a court of our doing. And we're saying a harm has been done on Africa. And we, as we continue to read this, are determining, with the help of Baba Rodney, who has caused that harm, so that we can come back to them and tell them that they need to repair that harm, and this is what it's going to take for them to repair that harm. And that we are no longer doing business with them because we have realized from doing business with them that they harmed us. And if they're going to want to do business with us next time, the terms are going to be written up by us, and it's going to be on our own terms how that business continues, based on that past relationship where we realize they harmed us. And after we determine how much they're gonna pay to repair us for that harm, we're in court. Now we're gonna use their own system to get them. Again, the ball is growing. The Dutch companies first achieved a dominant position. Then in 1929, there was a grand merger between their combine and levers, who in the meantime had been busy buying off virtually all other competitors. The 1929 merger created Unilever as a single monopoly. The ball is being called Unilever now, made up of all of those other companies, divided for the sake of convenience into Unilever Limited, registered in Britain, and Unilever NV, registered in Holland. One and the same thing. Unilever N.V, registered in Holland, and Unilever Limited, registered in Britain. These criminals, man. For its massive input of oils and fats, Unilever depended largely on its UAC subsidiary, which was formed that very year. So throw UAC in that ball. The UAC itself never stopped growing. In 1933, it took over the important trading firm of G.B. Oliphant. Again, G.B. Oliphant just entered the criminal list. And in 1936, it bought the Swiss Trading Company on the Gold Coast. That joined the list of the criminals. By that time, it was not relying simply on wild palms in the Congo, but had organized plantations. The leather factories in the United States drew their oil supplies mainly from the Congo. So you want to talk about Unilever is British or it's not United States. They have factories in the United States. The only way they would have factories in the United States is because the United States government has allowed them. So now they are one and the same criminal. And in 1925, even before Unilever and the UAC emerged as such, the leather works in Boston. Boston now is a criminal on that list. If I'm the lawyer, I am putting them down. Showed a profit of 2,000 and 50,000 pounds. Unilever flourished in war and in peace. Only in Eastern Europe did the advent of socialism lead to the loss of factories through nationalization. I'm forgetting what the process is now from my studies, where a paralegal sits down and takes notes from he who has been harmed, she who has been harmed, as to what took place, right? This is what we're doing. We're presenting our facts to the paralegal, and she's taking notes, or he's taking notes. This is what happened. We've been harmed. What happened? This is what happened. By the end of the colonial period, Unilever was a world force, selling traditional soaps, detergents, margarine, lard, ghee, cooking oil, canned foods, candles, glycerin, oil cake, and toilet preparations such as toothpaste. Again, for those of you who are looking for toothpaste that's not tied to Unilever, check that out. From where did this giant octopus suck most of its sustenance? Let the answer be provided by the Information Division of Unilever House, London. I am loving Baba Walter Rodney because he says, guess what? I'm not even going to tell you. I'm just going to let them tell you what they did. Most striking of all, in the post-war development of Unilever, had been the progress of the United Africa Company. So now that has come into the list of criminals. In the worst of the Depression, the management of Unilever had never ceased to put money into justifying their action, more by general faith in the future of Africa than by particular consideration of UAC's immediate prospects. Their reward has come with the post-war prosperity of the primary producer, which has made Africa a market for all kinds of goods, from frozen peas to motor cars. Unilever's center of gravity lies in Europe, but far and away its largest member, the UAC, is almost wholly dependent for its livelihood, represented by a turnover of £300 million on the well-being of West Africa. In some instances, Lever's African enterprises made losses in the strict cost accounting sense. It took years before the Congo plantations paid for themselves and made a profit. It also took some time before the purchase of the Niger Company in 1920 was finally justified. While the SCKN in Chad never showed worthwhile monetary profits, but even in the worst financial years, the subsidiaries comprising the UAC were invaluable assets in that they allowed the manufacturing side of Unilever to have control over a guaranteed source of essential raw materials. Who is colonizing Niger? Oh, the French. And they have they're the ones who control whatever happens there. Oh, okay. So they've allowed Unilever, that's owned by Britain, to operate here. One and the same criminal. Of course, so you all who want to talk about the French are better, the US is better than Britain. No, they're all one and the same criminal. Of course, the USC itself also provided handsome monetary dividends. But it is the purpose here to draw attention not to the financial gains of UAC and Unilever, but to the way that the exploitation of Africa led to multiple technical and organizational developments in Europe. Both the soap industry and the margarine industry had their own scientific and technical problems which had to be solved. Scientific advance is most generally a response to real need. Because you have a problem, you have a need, you get in the lab, you try to figure out how to fulfill that need. So you're doing research and then you find out some scientific revolution that then advances science. Oils for margarine and for cooking purposes had to be deodorized. Substitutes had to be sought for natural lard. And when margarine was faced with competition from cheap butter, the necessity arose to find means of producing new high-grade margarine with added vitamins. Man, this system is exploitative in every single way. Here's me simplifying it. Let's just get rid of capitalism. Like, if you're the African who doesn't want to be bothered by tracing this trail of criminality that Baba Rodney is very much helping us to, here's a solution for you. Then support getting rid of capitalism. Okay? Because that's what this trail is just showing. This is the system of capitalism being broken down for us. In 1916, two Lever experts published in a British scientific, which is no different from the system of colonialism, from the system of racism, all one and the same thing. In 1916, two Lever experts published a British scientific journal the results of tests showing the growth of animals feed with vitamin concentrates inside margarine. The growth of animals fed with vitamin concentrates inside margarine. They kept in touch with Cambridge University scientists who pursued the problem. And by 1927, the vitamin-rich margarine was ready for human consumption. In 1916, even I need to just read that one more time. In 1916, two Lever experts. So these companies, by the way, the private companies, they hire their own scientists because that's how they're able to produce their products. They have to have scientists. So two of their scientists published in a British scientific journal the results of tests showing. So they did their research and now they're writing down, or they're letting the public know what their research is that shows the growth of animals fed with vitamin concentrates inside margarine. So animals that were fed the same vitamins put in margarine to improve it, they grow because of that. And this growth is shown in the research done by these leather experts. They kept in touch with Cambridge University scientists. So now Cambridge is coming in. Those two scientists, the leather scientists and the Cambridge scientists, we're talking about two different industries, or presumably different industries. Cambridge is an education institute. Leather is a private industry manufacturing product. But their scientists are working together for this system, to keep this system alive. They kept in touch with Cambridge University scientists who pursued the problem. And by 1927, the vitamin-rich margarine was ready for human consumption. So if that vitamin-rich margarine is vitamin-rich because those vitamins are the same vitamins that this report shows were helping animals grow, now that humans are consuming the same vitamins in the margarine that is vitamin-rich, what are those vitamins going to do to human beings? What's the effect on human beings now that the human beings are consuming the same vitamin-rich, the same vitamins that they report? And we should find that report, right? What it said. That report in the British Scientific Journal is where we're going to go look for it. This is research now, right? Where do I find that report? It was written by two leather experts in 1916. So we're giving you the date, 1916. Who wrote it? Two leather experts. Where was it published? It was published in the British Scientific Journal. What does it say? It shows the results of how animals grow when they feed on these vitamins that now Unilever wants to add to the margarine to make it appear better to you human beings, so that you now, because Unilever is telling you, oh, it's not the same margarine that used to be harmful. This is now vitamin-rich margarine that Unilever is telling you is good for you. But you, as the human being who's buying it, should ask yourself, oh, I want to read that report and see what it did to the animals. Because now you're going to be consuming the same vitamins that those animals were eating that did what it did to those animals. With regard to soap, and to a lesser extent, margarine, it was essential to devise a process for hardening oils into fats. I'm going to continue even past 12 to finish chapter 5. So I will finish chapter 5 today, and then we'll discuss what's in the chat. With regard to soap, and to a lesser extent, margarine, it was essential to devise a process for hardening oils into fat, notably whale oil, but also vegetable oils. This process, referred to as hydrogenation, take note, hydrogenation, attracted the attention of scientists in early years of this century. Why are you taking note? Why is Nduku asking me to take note of hydrogenation? Because if we are going to be self-determining and building our own manufacturing plants, we need to understand what hydrogenation is. So let's look it up and learn what it is. Attracted the attention of scientists in the early years of this century. They were paid and urged on by rival soap companies, including Lever and the other European firms, which later merged to form Unilever. One of the most striking illustrations of the technological ramifications of the processing of colonial raw materials is in the field of detergents. Soap itself is a detergent or washing agent. But ordinary soaps suffer from several limitations, such as the tendency to decompose in hard water and in acids. Those limitations could only be overcome by soapless detergents, without the kind of fatty base of previous soaps. When Germany was cut off from colonial supplies of oils and fats in the First Imperialist War, German scientists were spurred on to the first experiments in producing detergents out of coal tar. What does reading this book make me want to do? And we're not sitting here to argue whether it's practical or not. whether I'm thinking of a utopia or not. I'm talking about my immediate reaction when I read this book. My immediate reaction, if I could, is I want to take my bag, pack as little as can fit in my bag, get in a plane, go back home, get a piece of land, and detach myself as much as possible from this system. Figure out how to make my own soap from that land, study the plants around me, learn how they can help me produce the things that I can use, food, to cover my skin, to do everything, but no longer, ever, ever again trust in anything coming from the capitalist system. Because it's all tied, it's interconnected. Everything. The soap, like as I'm reading this, I'm seeing the soap in my own kitchen that is interconnected with all this criminal activity. The soap that we use, the toothpaste again. So now let's go back to our African ways where we build communities, where we and nature are in community together. How can I help you, nature? Okay, I'll take care of you. I'll make sure this and that and that. How can you help me? What are your benefits? We'll look at that and responsibly commune with nature to find those benefits. Call it a utopia. But if we're going to deal with the issues that we're facing, maybe we need to start considering the utopia and considering how we can make it practical. Later on in the 1930s, chemical companies began making similar detergents on a larger scale, especially in the United States. Two of the firms which immediately stepped into detergent research were Unilever and Procter & Gamble. In comes Procter & Gamble, a soap company with its headquarters in Cincinnati, and in comes Cincinnati. Because these states in the United States, they love to act that they're not part of the federal government. So that's okay. You that's how you want us to take you? Cool. Okay, we'll just write you as an entity on this list of criminals that we're charging. So Cincinnati has joined. Who are we? We're the defendant. What's the other person called? Remind me again. Defendant and who? Remind me. I'm forgetting the legal term. Who's the criminal in the court in a trial? It may at first appear strange that though detergents were competitors to ordinary soap, they were nevertheless promoted by soap firms. However, it's bothering me, the word. However, it is the practice of monopoly concerns to move into new fields which supplement or even replace their old business. That is necessary to avoid their entire capital from being tied up in products that go out of fashion. The soap firms could not leave detergents to chemical firms, or else their own hard soap. Defendant is us, I think. Who's the other person? That's who I'm looking for. The word is escaping me. Or else their own hard soap, soap flakes, and soap powders would have suffered, and they would not have been the ones with the new brands on the markets. So great effort was put into the chemistry of detergents by Unilever, retaining to a considerable extent the vegetable oils, but modifying them chemically. Prosecutor. No. Defense and prosecutor. Yeah, those are the lawyers. But the individuals who are bringing the complaints and the one who's being charged, the one bringing the complaint is the defendant. Who's the other person? Remind me the term. The one being accused. The soap firms could not, and I'm sorry, I apologize. Well, I'm not apologizing. I'll explain. That is my legal mind that is doing what it's doing now. So you have someone who has that mental style of thinking. Reading this book is why we end up having that type of conversation. The soap firms could not leave detergents to chemical firms, or else their own hard soap, soap flakes, and soap powders would have suffered, and they would not have been the ones with the new brands on the markets. So great effort was put into the chemistry. Hold on, look. Plaintiff! Asante sana uwakata. Plaintiff, the defendant and the plaintiff. We are the defendant, Africans, global Africans. The plaintiffs, we're still determining who all of them are. So far, we've listed a number of them. And we're going to deal with them as one entity. So for those of you looking for reparations, just from the US, just from the Britain, just from Germans, no. I'm taking a different approach to to reparations. I'm saying let's list down all the entities that participated in this harm, and they're going to collectively be the plaintiff. That kind of research was not left to chance or to the private individuals. By 1960, Unilever had 4 main laboratories, 2 in England, 1 in Holland, and 1 in the United States. So England, Holland, the United States goes under plaintiff in this complaint. These 4, together with other smaller research units, employed over 3,000 people, of whom about 1/3 were qualified scientists and technologists. So you are the scientist who's working with Unilever, who's judging me about working with law enforcement. I'm going to look at you and walk by. The multiplier effects radiating from Unilever and its colonial exploitation can be traced with some accuracy. When palm kernels were crushed, the residue formed a cake which was excellent for livestock. One byproduct of the soap industry was glycerin, which was utilized in the making of explosives. For real? I didn't know that. Europeans killed themselves with some of the explosives, but some went into peaceful purposes such as mining, quarrying, and construction. Several other products were linked to soap through the common base in oils and fats, notably cosmetics, shampoos, perfumes, shaving creams, toothpaste, and dyes. As one writer put it, those byproducts served to broaden the commercial base on which Unilever rested, while making further use of the fund of knowledge already possessed by the oils and fats technologists. Besides, these operations were creating hundreds of thousands of additional jobs for European workers. The manufacturing of soap and margarine required raw material inputs other than oils and fats. Soap making consumed large quantities of caustic soda, so that in 1911, Lever bought land in Cheshire suitable for the manufacture of that alkali. Capitalist giants nourished by colonialism and imperialism could afford to do things in a big way. When Lever needed abrasives, the company bought a limestone mine in Bohemia. And when Unilever wanted to assure themselves of supplies of wrapping paper, they bought a paper mill. Monopolization, you all see it happening, eh? Transport was another key problem which stimulated growth at the European end. Within a month of buying the Niger company in 1920, Lever was engaged in a project for constructing facilities on the Mersey, Mersey, to receive ocean-going ships bringing cargoes from West Africa. So now the soap industry is connected to the shipping industry, is connected to all interconnected and going down under the list of parties who fall under plaintiff. The UAC was a pioneer in getting ships constructed to carry palm oil in bulk tanks, and Van der Berg considered buying a shipyard to build ships for his company some years before the merger. This did not materialize, but Unilever did acquire several ships of their own, including vessels fresh from the shipyards and made to their specifications. Another linkage of the Unilever industries was retail distribution. Their products had to be sold to the housewife, and the Dutch firms that went into Unilever decided that they should own grocery stores to guarantee sales. Oh my God. I mean, I know how criminal this criminal enterprise is now, but even as I reread this, the levels. So this company is not only manufacturing, it's not only exploiting through taking resources from Africa, it's not only owning the companies that are going to produce the other products that is needed for the product that they're producing, right? The paper to wrap the soap. It's not only owning that, but now it's also owning the grocery stores where you're going to buy the products that they made. By 1922, Jurgens, Jurgens. And you know what? I asked you all to do that. Let me quickly do it myself. Because let's all be a community. When I say let's look up Jurgens versus Jurgens, let's do that. Let's bring the answer back in the chat so that we can provide that information for everyone. So bracket, is Jurgens related to, I'm spelling everything right, yeah, Jurgens. Let's see what it tells us. What do you all think is the result? Okay. I see. Thank you. Asante Akata. Yes, it's hard. This is one of those you have to actually pay attention. And as I'm going to be reading, so just to show you what comes up first, and I didn't read it because I want to look further, right? But I'm going to read it so that this process, we're doing it together. My first entry is from ancestry.com. And what is it saying? By the way, ancestry.com is a criminal enterprise. Do not take your, as an African, your blood there to trace your ancestry. They use that, they record your DNA. They keep your DNA, or at least information about your DNA, and they sell it to other entities. So do not, if you're an African, do not use ancestry.com. But, or whatever that company is that has that. And if they change their name because I just exposed them, or they've been exposed by many others because we are exposing them, please trace that name. Let's not slip on this, right? Let's keep tracing them, even as they change their names, even as the snake changes its stripes, even as a chameleon is a good animal, but let's use that analogy. Even as the chameleon changes its colors based on its environment or what it's doing, it still is the chameleon. So that first result I got says similar surnames: Jurgens, Jergens, Urens, Jungles, Jangens, and Mergens, whatever. So they're all similar surnames. But so I didn't read that because it's not giving us the answer. But it's a place to start so that you can dig deeper. So remember, Cincinnati was mentioned by Baba Rodney in this. It says the Andrew Jurgens Company, Jergens, and I'm assuming this is who produces Jurgens that you're asking all here in the chat, began in 1882 in Cincinnati, Ohio. Remember, we mentioned Cincinnati as one of the criminals, as the Jurgens Soap Company. So I'm going to say, given what I'm seeing so far, that is not in-depth research, but just given the top research, they're one and the same thing. By the turn of the 20th century, the company had expanded to include a number of beauty care and cosmetic companies and would soon launch its most famous product, Jergens lotion. So I'm going to say, yeah, probably. Okay. In 1922, Jurgens had control of a chain of grocery stores in England, appropriately named the Home and Colonial. But Baba Rodney might actually give us the answer. Let's continue. Home and Colonial. Van der Berg, at the time arrival, was not to be left behind. So he secured majority shares in the chain store owned by Lipton. Lipton, of Lipton's tea fame. All of these shops passed to Unilever. So now Lipton is tied to this criminal. It's involved in this case. It's implicated. It's implicated. And they're now going down the list of under plaintiff. The grocery store business soon ceased being considered merely as an outlet for soap and margarine and became an end in itself. So if I'm the one who's manufacturing products, and then I own the grocery shops where those products are going to be sold, I incurred certain expenses when I was manufacturing those products. I need to meet my bottom line, right? I need to make a profit. I'm going to determine what that product will be sold for at the grocery stores. So the fact that these companies, this is the conflict of interest I'm painting right now. The fact that these governments have policies that allow these manufacturers to be the same people that own the product, the grocery stores where your products are sold and how much they're sold for, is a huge conflict of interest. Huge. And if we are to rebuild a society that is more equitable, we must ensure that the government system that we build does not allow for the manufacturers to own the grocery stores. They must be owned by two different entities to avoid that conflict of interest. Sometimes the multiplier effects do not seem connected. On the surface, there was no apparent reason why Lever should set up a huge retail chain called McFisheries to sell fish. There is little in common between soap, sausages, and ice cream. But Lever bought Walls as a sausage farm, and later Walls, Walls, opened an ice cream manufacturing plant. The underlying connection is that capital seeks domination. It grows and spreads and seeks to get hold of everything in sight. And as I was reading Baba Rodney, I couldn't help but the imagery I have in my mind is this big monstrous thing as we continue to put down the list of plaintiffs, and as I continue to build this imaginable ball, right? We're throwing them all in our bowl where we're mixing, and we're going to mold a ball out of them to have plaintiff, right? I couldn't help but envision a graphic that showed a big monster, just some alien looking, disgusting looking creature that was sucking and sucking and sucking. That's capitalism. The creature is capitalism, just sucking. And its arm is racism, and the other arm is colonialism, and then imperialism, neo-colonialism, all those arms. But this creature is just sucking out of us. The exploitation of Africa gave European monopoly capital full opportunities to indulge in its tendencies for expansion and domination. Before leaving Unilever, it should be noted, in conclusion, how a company such as that pointed the ways towards change in the capitalist system. The device of the dual structure of Unilever Limited and Unilever NV was an innovation fast utilized with Schist and Centra of Central Europe merged with the Dutch margarine farms of Jurgens and Van der Berg, and it was designed to cut down taxation. It is all just criminal play. How best can they exploit you? And how little can they spend while exploiting you? But in return, how much more can they make out of that exploitation? Unilever comprised two holding companies with the same governing boards and with arrangements to transfer and equalize profits. It was a professional company from its inception. So those of you who tell me I'm not professional, I am glad not to be professional. You go and be a professional. All of the firms involved in the merger had years of experience in organizing staff, production plans, and marketing procedures. Schist was one of the earliest to work out a system of cost accounting and financial control. Lever had himself been a pioneer of mass advertising, so now they own the advertising companies too, in Europe and in the competitive field of the United States. None of them is separate from the system of exploitation. They are own part and parcel of it, and they are all going, yes, Muatagarai, much bigger than we all know. They are all going under plaintiff in this case where we have brought a complaint forward against them for the harm they have done to us as African people. Lever had himself been a pioneer of mass advertising in Europe and in the competitive field of the United States. The firm of Unilever inherited and perfected the techniques of mass production and advertising so as to achieve mass consumption. The significance of the organizational changes are best seen on a long-term basis by comparing Unilever's sophisticated international organization with the chartered companies of the 16th and 17th centuries, which had difficulties managing accounts. The efficient accounting and business methods which are supposed to characterize capitalist firms did not drop from the sky. They are the result of historical evolution, and that evolution, the exploitation of Africa, played a key role from the era of the chartered companies right through the colonial period. So I say, if we truly, all right, we need to fix this situation. Who's the defendant? Who's the plaintiff? I thought the defendant is the one who brings the complaint accusing the plaintiff of a harm. Please, let's remember. Okay, you know what? Where am I? Let me go ahead and ask and see what's a defendant. Or defendant versus plaintiff. You're right. You're right, Muatagarai. Thank you for that correction. Yes, so we are the plaintiff. Asante sana for that correction. We are the plaintiff. Yes, we're bringing the legal action. Let's correct that. Please, let's correct that. We're talking about reparations. We best correct that. You are right. I was wrong. Let's correct that wrong. We are the plaintiff. They are the defendant. Now, we are putting the list of names that fall under defendant. Asante sana for that correction. Contributions of colonialism to individual colonizing powers. Analysis of the non-monetary benefits of colonialism to the colonizers can, of course, be carried out most readily within the framework of relations between each colony and its mother country. Mother country is the colonizer, by the way. You all who want to call the queen your mother. You as an African is allowing that word to come out of your mouth, and you still stand there and call yourself African. I am taking your African card from you. Me, Nduku, yes, you don't know me, but I'm taking it virtually from you. Using the conventional approach of European metropole in relationship to its own colonies, one finds a wide range of positive effects, although the benefits varied in extent from colony to colony. So, by the way, I didn't make this clear. I don't know if I did, but Baba Rodney has finished painting the Unilever picture. We see now what Unilever is and all the criminals that fall in who they conspired with, right? Who now are falling under defendant. We're done with that exercise. Now Baba Rodney is talking about the contributions of colonialism to individual colonizing powers. Using the conventional approach of European metropole in relationship to its own colonies, one finds a wide range of positive effects, although the benefits varied in extent from colony to colony. Portugal was the lowliest of the colonizing powers in Africa, and it was nothing in Europe without its colonies. Just give me a quick second there. So much so that it came to insist that Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea were integral parts of Portugal, just like any province in the European country named Portugal. So if I'm a tiny European country, and I'm feeling very insecure about how tiny I am compared to the UK and Germany, and I have a chance to go to Africa and call these other places Portugal, so my size increases, of course I'm going to do that. That's what Portugal does. So it takes Angola, Portugal, Mozambique, Portugal, Guinea, Portugal. You all who want to be proud that you're a part of the Commonwealth, the British Commonwealth, Kenya. You're not independent Kenyans. You can call me whatever name you want to call me. I said in a Kenyan group that you're not independent and they called me unpatriotic. Of course, please, thank you for that. Put me number 1 on the list and give me the badge, unpatriotic Kenyan, because I'm not supporting the neo-colonialist government. So I am 100% unpatriotic based on the current government. You are right. I'm unpatriotic because I'm not supporting it. France sometimes propounded the same doctrine by which Algeria, Martinique, and Vietnam were all supposedly overseas France. Neither Britain nor Belgium, put forward any theories of a Greater Britain or overseas Belgium. But in practice, they were as determined as other colonial powers to ensure that sustenance should flow from colony to metropole without hindrance. I love Baba Rodney. I respect him, but I'm going to disagree there a little bit because of what I just said, the British Commonwealth. Few areas of the national life of those Western European countries failed to benefit from the decades of parasitic exploitation of the colonies. One Nigerian, after visiting Brussels in 1960, wrote, "I saw for myself the massive palaces, museums, and other public buildings paid for by Congo, ivory, and rubber." I'm going to pause and say this. If Kenya, as a member of the British Commonwealth, is not an extension of Britain and therefore Britain and Britain's property, you tell me today, with a pending visit of King Charles to Kenya, if Kenya could today actually pick up the phone and say, Charles, whoever the government is in Kenya, Charles, we can no longer have you come to our country. We're busy, we're doing such and such a thing. The trip has been cancelled. Tell me that Kenya is free to do that, and I'll gladly say that Kenya is independent today. All right? Otherwise, shut up, cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it. Kenya is not independent. In recent times, I'll go back a sentence. Few areas of the national life of those Western European countries failed to benefit from the decades of parasitic exploitation of the colonies. One Nigerian, after visiting Brussels in 1960, wrote, "I saw for myself the massive palaces, museums, and other public buildings paid for by Congo, ivory, and rubber." In recent times, African writers and researchers have also been amazed to find the amount of looted African treasure stacked away in the British Museum. There are comparable, if somewhat smaller, collections of African art in Paris, Berlin, and New York. Those are some of the things which, in addition to monetary wealth, help to define the metropoles as developed and civilized. So when I walk into the art museum in New York and some white folk is there holding their gloves, acting like they're superior to me, telling me about my property as an African, I just look at them and I'm like, dude, you are such an insignificant nothing to me right now. Sustenance given by colonies to the colonizers was most obvious and very decisive in the case of contributions by soldiers from among the colonized. Without colonial troops, there would have been no British forces fighting on the Asian front in the 1945 war. That's the Second World War, right? Is that the Second World War, I believe? Or is that the first one? 1939 to 1945 war, because the ranks of the British forces were filled with Indians and other colonials, including Africans and West Indians. There are a lot of Kambas who are in those places fighting for Britain. A lot of Kenyans, different. Tanzanians, a lot of Africans were forced and sent to European nations to fight in the World War. It is a general characteristic of colonialism that the metropole utilized the manpower of the colonies. Second World War. Thank you, Mwatagarai. The Romans had used soldiers of one conquered nationality to conquer other nationalities, as well as to defend Rome against enemies. Britain applied this to Africa from the early 19th century, when the West Indian Regiment was sent across the Atlantic to protect British interests in the West African coast. The West Indian Regiment had black men in the ranks, Irish colonials, its NCOs, and Englishmen as officers. By the end of the 19th century, the West Indian Regiment also included lots of Sierra Leoneans. The most important force in the conquest of West African colonies by the British was the West African Frontier Force, the soldiers being Africans and the officers English. In 1894, it was joined by the West African Regiment, formed to help suppress the so-called Hat-Tax War in Sierra Leone, which was the expression of widespread resistance against the imposition of colonial rule. In East and Central Africa, the King's African Rifles. So that quickly, I'm going to pause there and talk about African Union, the African Union, right? Who is the African Union fighting? How did those groups they're fighting come about? Why are those groups they're fighting rising up? Why are those groups that the African Union is fighting doing what they're doing? Are they doing it just because they're criminal? Or is there an aspect of society that has pushed them to the corner so much that they want to rise up and fight for survival? And so now the African Union, made of fellow Africans, has sat down at the table and allowed the European to tell them what to do. They are fighting their own countrymen who are being marginalized. In East and Central Africa, the King's African Rifles was the unit which tapped African lighting power on behalf of Britain. The African regiment supplemented the metropolitan military apparatus in several ways. Firstly, they were used as emergency forces to put down nationalist uprisings in the various colonies. Secondly, they were used to fight other Europeans inside Africa, notably during the First and Second World Wars. We have been the errand boy of capitalism for a long time. Willingly and willingly, wittingly and wittingly, knowingly and knowingly, we have been the errand boy and still are for a long time of capitalism and of imperialist nations. And thirdly, they were carried to European battlefields or to theaters of war outside Africa. African roles in European military operations were vividly displayed by the East African Campaign during the First World War, when Britain and Germany fought for possession of East Africa. At the beginning of the war, the Germans had in Tanganyika, which is now Tanzania, a regular force of 216 Europeans and 2,540 African askari. During the war, 3,000 Europeans and 11,000 askari were enrolled. On the British side, the main force was the KAR, comprising mainly East Africans and soldiers from Nyasaland. The battalions of the KAR had, by November 1918, over 35,000 men, of whom 9 out of 10 were Africans. So we're talking about European militaries, armies, made up of Africans. And these people want to turn around and point fingers at the Kenya Land and Freedom Army. Well, they're doing the same thing, even worse. At least the Kenya Land and Freedom Army is recruiting from within its own community and fighting for its own community, the well-being of its own community. The Europeans are recruiting people from other communities to fight for their well-being. Who's the bigger criminal? Quite early in the East African Campaign, the British brought in an expeditionary force of Punjabis and Singhs. In come the Indians. I'm sorry I did that. I really am sorry I did that. But, hold on. Given that Indians are a part of our oppression, is why I did what I just did. And I told last week the story of my childhood, where we encountered these Indian kids in these spaces. Just because Nduku is talking about Indians in this space as being part of the defendant in this criminal case that we are building, does not mean that Nduku doesn't like Indians. Like, please use the brain that the divine gave you and be able to differentiate from what I'm saying, right? There are Indians who are good, I know that. But just because there are Indians who are not good does not mean that I cannot say that Indians were part of the problem. Quite early in the East African Campaign, the British brought in an expeditionary force of Punjabis and Sikhs, as well as regiments of West Africans. Some Sudanese and West Indians were also there. At first, a few white settlers joined the war because they thought it was a picnic. But within a year, the white residents of British East Africa were showing extreme reluctance to join local fighting forces. So now that they can sit and smoke their cigars, now that they can cash their checks from the resources that they're ripping off of you, now that they've taken their land, build their homes on your land, and have a nice patio where they can have a rocking chair and sit and watch you work, now they don't even need to build the forces that they can defend themselves with. They can use you, who they're marginalizing, to build those forces to continue marginalizing you. And they can sit back on their rocking chair and continue to smoke their cigar. In effect, therefore, Africans were fighting Africans to see which European power should rule over them. Just let that psychosis deal with you, or sit with you, I should say. In effect, therefore, Africans were fighting Africans to see which European power should rule over them. The Germans and the British had only to provide the officers. According to history books, the British, which means the Africans, won the campaign in East Africa. France was the colonial power that secured the greatest number of soldiers from Africa. In 1912, conscription of African soldiers into the French army was pursued on a large scale. During the 1914-18 war, and when you think about the fact that their military is what defends their economy, is what defends their peace in their country, for all of us who want to say, man, it's nice to live in the US, this doesn't happen, just remember that was at the expense of the exploitation of Africa and Africans. Let's just remember that. This is what you're being told. This amazing picture that the West is painted to be would be a disgusting, ugly picture to look at without Africa having provided the resources that makes it so amazing. During the 1914 to 1918 war, 200,000 soldiers were recruited in French West Africa through the use of methods reminiscent of slave hunting. So these Africans, right, for those of us who find out this, they're not participating willingly. They're being forced. These French soldiers, so I'm not going, guess what? I'm not going to include the Africans on the list of defendant. I'm going to include the colonial enterprise that enslaved them and forced them to be in those armies. That's who the criminal who's being listed down is. So France is the criminal there we're adding to the list, not the Africans who were enslaved to be part of those military entities. They are still victims, even as they kill their fellow African brothers. They are still victims. So they still fall under plaintiff. And that is actually part of the charge we're bringing, that you enslaved Africans to kill fellow Africans. That's part of the charges. We have the charges, the different charges in this complaint. What are you charging them with? You captured, kidnapped, enslaved Africans, forced them to join your military, and used them to kill their fellow Africans. That's one of the crimes you have committed. The Germans and the British had only to provide the officers. According to the history books, the British... No, I'm going back too far, sorry. These French soldiers served against the Germans, French in quotes because they're African, right? Served against the Germans in Togo and Cameroon, as well as in Europe itself. On the European battlefields, as estimated, 25,000 French, because they're not French, Africans, lost their lives, and many more returned mutilated, for they were used as cannon fodder in the European capitalist war. France was so impressed by the military advantages to be gained from and then these folk can turn around and call us savages. And they're the ones, come on, you all, just slap upside down these white folk. I'm sorry. France was so impressed, like you as a white man, if you sit and defend this system to me, France was so impressed by the military advantages to be gained from colonial rule that when a part of Cameroon was mandated to France by the League of Nations, France insisted on the privilege of using Cameroonian African troops for purposes unconnected with the defense of Cameroon. Let's get away from military. Let's go to soccer, football, what we Africans call football, because the English told us we call it football and because we kick it with our foot. But let's go to football. Africans playing for European teams. Naturally, France, and then Europe claims the trophy and the win, but it's Africans who played the game. Naturally, France also made, and the money that you get from winning the Olympics goes to that European country that claimed it, despite the fact that it's Africans who played for the team. None of it is going to the countries where these Africans are from. None of the money, these Africans are not saying, okay, I'll play for your team. A certain percentage has to go to Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian. A certain percentage has to go to Cameroon. I'm a Cameroonian. A certain percentage has to go to Kenya. I'm a Kenyan. No, all that money is going to those European nations that you're playing for. Naturally, France also made the maximum use of African troops in the last World War. And don't you think, by the way, that the salary that they pay these footballers is not going to them? Don't you think that? Like, you have to think beyond money as a paper. It is going back to them because these players are still playing for them and still generating the wealth. Jeez. Indeed, Africans saved France after the initial losses when France and most of French Africa fell under the Germans and the fascist Vichy French. In French Equatorial Africa, it was a black man, Félix Ebour, I guess that's how you say that name, F-E-L-I-X. Ebour is E with a, what do we call that? Accent mark. B-O-U-E, a forward slanting accent mark, who proved loyal to the forces led by General de Gaulle and who mobilized manpower against the French and German fascists. Africa provided the base and much of the manpower for launching the counterattack which held General de Gaulle and the Free French to return to power in France. French use of African troops did not end with the last war. West Africans were sent to Madagascar. So, hold on 1 minute. This is how horrible these people are. While they're using our bodies to fight their wars against each other. And by the way, oh my God, I'm so glad that I thought about that. Thank you, because I want to make this analogy and this connection. I am so glad. Let's pause there. Kenya sending troops to Haiti. This is what that is exactly. You're going to go there as UN forces, wearing your blue UN hats, as if you're not Kenyan, as if you're not African. You're going to talk about we Kenyans are going to help our brothers in Haiti. But you're going to be doing the bidding of the US, who's in the Security Council, France, Germany, Brazil, China, Russia. Who else is in the Security Council that I missed? You can all tell me. That's who you're working for, Kenya. You're not working for Kenya. I mean, when you're sending those troops to Haiti, you're not working for Haiti? No. Is Haiti a member of the Security Council? No, they're not. The fool from Haiti who came and said apparently Haiti needs soldiers to go there, is that person elected by Haitians? No, they're not. So they're not a part of Haiti. They're not. So you have criminals who are exploiting Haiti, deciding on what's going to be done. And then Kenya is signing off and saying, oh, you want our help? Okay, we're going to do it. French use of African troops did not end with the last war. West Africans were sent to Madagascar in 1948 and put down nationalist forces in a most bloody manner. African troops were also employed to fight the people in Indochina up to 1954. Later still, Black African troops, and Senegalese in particular, were used against the Algerian liberation movement. I am going to make this very decisive statement today. You can go and judge me. You can go and say what you want to say. I truly do not give a hoot. You can cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it to the other side where your tears are no longer falling. All right? I'm going to say the African person, I don't care what other offenses have happened in history, the African person is the most exploited person in humanity. The most exploited. And therefore, when I make a special case for Africans, you, as part of the oppressor system, are going to shut up, cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it. Or shut up, attend to your brothers and sisters who are crying a river, build a bridge for them, and help them get over it. Africans are most exploited. I'm not saying that for us to be special in any way. I'm saying that for us now to make a case for the repair of that harm and the rebuilding of that African community. You see the different angles, the different areas, the different aspects of society in which the African body is exploited, has been exploited throughout history. I'm going to read that paragraph one more time. French use of African troops did not end with the last war. When Africans were sent to Madagascar in 1948 and put down nationalist forces in a most bloody manner, African troops were also employed to fight the people in Indochina up to 1954. Later still, Black African troops, and Senegalese in particular, were used against the Algerian liberation movement. No comprehensive studies have as yet been devoted to the role of Africans in the armies of the colonial powers in a variety of contexts. And we as Africans must ask ourselves, why are we allowing that history to continue? Why are we allowing, for those of us who have resources, send me the money. How about that? Send me, Nduku, the money, and I'll do that research. I'm saying for those of you who have resources, Africans, who truly are feeling inside that you're African, and who truly get in public spaces and talk about how African you are, and how you pulled your bootstraps and made what you made, in turn, so that I too can, and other Africans can pull our bootstraps, I'm asking you, send us money so that we can organize and have teams doing the research that is going to do comprehensive study to show how the role of Africans in the armies of the colonial powers, what the role of Africans in the armies of the colonial powers was, and in what context. Because that needs to be done so that we can record it for future generations, so that they can see when they sit down with these Europeans who they were in their history, what they did in their history. That research must be done. However, the indications are that such studies would reveal a pattern very similar to that discovered by historians who have looked at the role of Black soldiers in the white-controlled armies in the United States, namely that there was tremendous discrimination against Black fighting men, and even though Black soldiers made great and acknowledged contributions to important victories won by the white officered armies of the United States and the colonial powers. Hints regarding discrimination are to be seen from regulations such as that barring African soldiers in the West African Regiment from wearing shoes, and from the fact that there were actually riots in the European campaigns, just as Black troops fighting for the USA continued to riot right up to the Vietnam campaign. A number of Africans served as colonial soldiers. So these Africans who were forced to be in these military spaces, they didn't just take it lying down. They fought it. There were riots. A number of Africans served as colonial soldiers with pride because they mistakenly hoped that the army would be, and then there's this African. A number of Africans served as colonial soldiers with pride because they mistakenly hoped that the army would be an avenue for displaying the courage and dignity of Africans, and perhaps in the process, even earning the freedom of the continent by making Europeans pleased and grateful. What is the mistake there, my dear African? The mistake is that you are looking for validation from the very person who is exploiting you. So, if you're going to talk about liberation, you must, African, my dear African, stop looking for validation from the oppressor, because that will make you make the error of thinking that if you work with them, you will fix the problem, which is a delusion. It is false. That hope was without foundation from the outset, because the colonialists were viciously using African soldiers as pawns to preserve colonialism and capitalism in general. A very striking instance of the above fact was provided when John Chilembwe led an African nationalist uprising in Nyasaland, now Malawi, in 1915. Nyasaland was then a British colony, and although the British were lighting the Germans in East Africa at that time, they immediately dispatched a column of the KAR to contend against Chilembwe. Furthermore, before the KAR arrived, it was a German lieutenant who organized the resistance of Nyasa white settlers against Chilembwe's bid for freedom. In the light of that evidence, one writer commented, while their countrymen in Europe fought the bloodiest war ever known in Africa, Europeans were extensively white men first and German and British second, for John Chilembwe was part of something that in the end would swamp all their colonial dreams. The African continent, by the way, that's a message for us Africans. So despite the fact that they had these issues amongst themselves, despite that they were fighting each other in Europe, in Africa, in their colonial spaces, the settlers, Europeans were instinctively white first. They were white men first. That's how they saw themselves, white first, which means they found commonality in each other, despite the German, Britain, French. No, we're white first. And then we're going to be German and British second. Because we have an enemy, John Chilembwe in Malawi, that we must face. So we as Africans have an enemy, the imperialist and the neo-colonialist. So we must see ourselves as Africans first. Before I see myself as a Kenyan, before you see yourself as a Nigerian, before you see yourself as a descendant of an African in the United States, before you see yourself as a Caribbean, a Haitian, whatever it is you want to call yourself. We must, if we're going to defeat this enemy, see ourselves as African first. The African continent and the African people were used by the colonialists in some curious ways to advance their military strengths and techniques. By chance, North Africa and the Sahara became available as a laboratory for the evolution of techniques of armored warfare in the period when Rommel and Montgomery battled for superiority. And, by design, Ethiopians were used as guinea pigs, upon whom the Italian fascists experimented with poison gas. This followed their brazen invasion in 1935 of that small portion of Africa which still clung to some form of political independence. So, a fair war is fought, the Africans win. In comes the European with his criminal ways and introduces an unfair aspect to the war. They're not playing the game on fair terms now. Poisonous gas is introduced. Of course, you're going to win if you're killing people with poisonous gases. And I'm not calling that a win. But of course, you're going to win if that's how you're playing the game. But if you give us Africans a fair chance, we're going to take you down, is what we're telling you. Give us a fair chance. Put down your gun. Let's fight hand to hand. Let's see who's going to take who down. How about that? Put down your nuclear weapons. Put down your grenades. Put down whatever other weapon that you have decided you have. And let's meet in the field and let's fight hand to hand. And we'll see. Right? Britain and France, at that time, the Italians argued that it was absolutely essential that the fruits of colonialism be opened to Italy if it were to take its place in the sun. Remember who owns the sun that never sets. And now Italy wants to take its place in the sun. Significantly enough, both Britain and France had already seen so much of the sun and products of Africa that they found it difficult to refute Italy's claims. Britain and France ruled over the greater part, excuse me, just give me 1 second, sorry. Listen, Mwatagarai, I hear you. It probably did, some of them. It probably did. And they probably were still willing to do that as long as they got Africans. That's how much their hate is just ridiculous. The whole existence and development of capitalism. Britain and France, ruled over the greater part of colonial Africa, and they also had the largest empires in other parts of the world. The whole existence and development of capitalism. What time is it? All right, let's just go. We're going to finish chapter 5. We are going to finish chapter 5. I'm going to stop bothering with time. We are going to finish chapter 5. Britain and France ruled over the greater part of colonial Africa, and they also had the largest empires in other parts of the world. The whole existence, and for those of you who are watching these and claim, oh, you open the video and you see how long it is and you're like, oh, I can't watch that. Break it down. Come on. It's a revolution. You're not in the woods fighting like the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, facing wild animals, having to make a path for the rhinos to pass, being bombed every day. It's cold. You have no sweaters. No, you're just going to watch a video, a very long video of Nduku reading the book and choose to fit it to your schedule. So this Monday morning, I'm going to watch an hour. Tomorrow, I'll watch another hour. And you'll continue until you watch the whole video. In other words, I'm saying stop making excuses of not finding out the information. The whole existence and development of capitalism in Britain and France between 1885 and 1960 was bound up with colonization. And Africa played a major role. African colonies meant surplus appropriated on a grand scale. They led to innovations and forward leaps in technology and the organization of capitalist enterprise. And they buttressed the capitalist system at home and abroad with fighting men. Sometimes it appeared that these two principal colonial powers reaped so many colonial benefits that they suffered from too much of a good thing. Certainly, in Britain's case, it can be argued that colonialism allowed British industry to lead a soft life, and that, in some decisive spheres of production and marketing, Britain grew lazy. Industrial plants installed in the 19th century were not renovated or replaced, and little dynamism was put into selling new lines of goods. In contrast, when deprived of colonies after 1918, Germany was forced to live off its own resources and ingenuity. Nevertheless, while that is an interesting detail of the whole colonial picture, it must be borne in mind that colonialism was one aspect of imperialism. Does Britain manufacture any vehicles? Colonialism was based on alien political rule and was restricted to some parts of the world. Imperialism, however, underlay all colonies, extended all over the world, except where replaced by socialist revolutions. And it allowed the participation of all capitalist nations. And today, I will say, even those socialist revolutions, if they are working with imperialist nations, calling each other partners, being in security councils, United Nations Security Councils today, together, voting or not voting or claiming to be silent, whatever that is, but still allowing the vote to pass through, you are part of the imperialist system. I don't care if you're a socialist. You're not just a socialist. You're supporting capitalism, so you are a capitalist. Therefore, lack of colonies on the part of any capitalist nation was not a barrier to enjoying the fruits of exploiting the colonial and semi-colonial world, which was the backyard of metropolitan capitalism. Colonialism as a prop to metropolitan economies and capitalism as a system. The composition of Unilever should serve as a warning that colonialism was not simply a matter of ties between a given colony and its mother country, but between colonies on the one hand and metropoles on the other. The German capital in Unilever joined the British in exploiting Africa and the Dutch in exploiting the East Indies. So, under the list, German, Britain, Dutch. The rewards spread through the capitalist system in such a way that even those capitalist nations who were not colonial powers were also beneficiaries of the spoils. Unilever factories established in Switzerland, New Zealand, Canada, and the United States were participants in the expropriation of Africa's surplus and in using that surplus for their own development. No one is innocent of the ones we are naming. Germany always had a stake in colonial Africa, even after 1918, when the other capitalist powers deprived Germany of the colonies. German shipping, I'll read that sentence one more time, sorry. Germany always had a stake in colonial Africa, even after 1918, when the other capitalist powers deprived Germany of its colonies. German shipping revived in the 1920s and played an active role in East, West, and South Africa. German financial houses also had contacts with Africa, the most direct being the Twench Bank of East Africa. That's TWENTSCHE Bank in East Africa. That's a German bank, and it's benefiting from the expropriation of Africa. Dutch shipping companies were involved with the German and British in the West African Conference Line, while the Scandinavian shippers were noted for the hiring out of tramp ships, which freighted cargo between Africa and Europe outside of the scheduled lines. The old East African Trading Company was supported by Danish capital. The Swiss had no colonies in Africa, but they had substantial capital in SCOA, SCOA. They played a key role in imperialist banking, and they kept out of the waters of the wars fought by other capitalists so that they could continue to trade with both sides and thereby acquire colonial produce. So are we going to add Switzerland to the list of criminals? Yes, of course we are. Then there was Japan, a capitalist imperialist power with colonies in Asia and with a keen interest in trade with Africa. Japanese capitalists tried to undersell their European counterparts, but the trade they conducted with Africa was still unequal and disadvantageous to the Africans. To fully understand or overstand the colonial period, it is necessary to think in terms of the economic partition of Africa. Unlike the political partition of the 19th century, the economic partition had no fixed or visible boundaries. It consisted of the proportions in which capitalist powers divided up among themselves the monetary and non-monetary gains from colonial Africa. For instance, Portugal had 2 large political colonies in southern Africa, but economically, Mozambique and Angola were divided among several capitalist powers, which were invited by the Portuguese government, because Portuguese capitalists were too weak to handle those vast territories. Congo and South Africa had their own special arrangements of economic partition, both of them being valuable territories. At first, Congo was designated the Congo Free State under King Leopold II of Belgium. That meant that it was to have been a free trade zone and an area open to investment by capitalists of all nationalities, aka free trade. That's what we're talking about today. Congo is a free state. We have the Free Trade Act. Is it an act? Free trade? It means that it is to have been a free trade, Congo that is, zone and an area open to investment by capitalists and all nationalities. So if you are an African country that is signing that free trade agreement, you're opening up your country and saying that these Western folk can come there and do business and make profit. In practice, Leopold used administrative devices to monopolize the wealth of the Congo. And that was one of the principal reasons the international capitalist community moved against Leopold in 1908. So Leopold was not sharing. These boys are not having this. We're going to get him out if he's not sharing. When Belgium took over the administration of the Congo, it also ensured that most of the surplus and other benefits should accrue to Belgium. However, non-Belgian capitalists' interests were able to penetrate through investment in mining, and as the colonial period advanced, the British, French, and Americans cut bigger pieces of the Congo cake. For a long while, South Africa was the most important raw material reservoir for the whole of imperialism. Britain was the European power, which had already been entrenched in South Africa for many years when gold and diamonds were discovered in the 19th century, on the eve of the scramble. Britain had to come to, what's the scramble, you ask? The scramble is the day where these European nations decided to meet in a room at a table without Africans in the room and at the table and decide how they're going to divide. Basically say, I got this, I got that. Now I have first dibs on that. I have first dibs on that. Where am I getting, African spaces? Britain had to come to terms with the Boer settlers, whose livelihood then came primarily from the land, and whose main interest was to see to the exploitation and domination of the African population and other groups of non-white immigrants. Therefore, the economic and political partition of Africa gave Britain the lion's share of the mineral wealth, while the Boers retained the political power necessary to institutionalize white racism. So in a situation like that, woe the African who's going to think that they're going to go to cry to Britain to get rid of the Boers. They're all one and the same person. You want to cry to Britain and say, why are you not fighting apartheid in Africa? Of course, they're not fighting it because they're benefiting from it. Man. As capitalists of other nationalities entered into, and therefore we come to the case of Palestine and Israel. Why is the United States not criticizing Israel on attacking Palestine? Because they're benefiting from it. As capitalists of other nationalities entered into relations with South Africa through investment and trade, those capitalists agreed to strengthen and did the racist, fascist, social relations of South Africa. Economic partition and repartition of Africa was going on all the time because the proportions of the spoils that went to different capitalist countries kept changing. Special mention must be made of the United States because its share of the benefits from Africa was constantly increasing throughout the colonial period. As time went on, the United States got an even bigger slice of the unequal trade between the metropoles and colonial Africa. The share of the USA in Africa's trade rose from just over $28 million in 1913 to $150 million in 1932 and to $1,200 million in 1948. At which figure it represented nearly 15% of Africa's foreign trade. The share of the USA in West Africa's trade rose from $13 million in 1938 to $163 million in 1946. That is less than 10 years. A difference of more than 100 million. And to $517 million by 1954. However, it was South Africa which was America's best trading partner in Africa. Yeah, those of you who want to talk about yourselves as being trading partners with the United States, please don't own that title so proudly and so quickly. However, it was South Africa which was America's best trading partner in Africa, supplying her with gold, diamonds, manganese, and other minerals, and buying heavy machinery in turn. Apart from direct US-South African trade, most of South Africa's gold was resold in London to American buyers, just as most Gold Coast and Nigerian cocoa was resold to the USA. Intercontinental trade brought out the need for shipping services, and America did not leave those in the hands of capitalists of other nations. James Farrell, president of the United States Steel Export Company, acquired a shipping line to Africa because of his belief in the future of the dark continent. So, you all want to sit in rooms and talk about, as Africans, how, we're joining the UN, Bill Gates, for the belief, because we believe Africa is the future. Officials of the UAC had said exactly the same thing, and it is obvious that, like them, Farrell meant the bright future of metropolitan capitalism in exploiting Africa. So, the promising future of Africa means the promising future of metropolitan capitalism exploiting Africa. That literally is what that means. It is always best when these individuals speak for themselves. It is, because they tell you who they are. Vice Admiral Cochrane of the United States Navy was a great admirer of Farrell's shipping lines. In 1959, he wrote an introduction to a study of Farrell's operations in Africa, in which he said, "Let the white boy come in and tell us what he thinks of himself." Yes, I said that. We read of stiff international competition to assure the supply of strategic materials for our current industrial military economy. Farrell Lines is making American maritime history. It is demonstrating clearly and emphatically that ships wearing the flag of a nation do in fact stimulate the commerce of that nation, demonstrating the value of American flag ocean commerce to the health and wealth of the United States. United States capitalists did not confine themselves to mere trade with Africa, but they also acquired considerable assets within the colonies. It is common knowledge that Liberia was an American colony in everything but name. The United States, so did the United States directly participate in colonialism? Yes. The United States, they still do, but just in case. Yes, they did. The United States supposedly aided the Liberian government with loans, but used the opportunity to take over Liberian customs revenue, to plunder thousands of square miles of Liberian land, and generally to dictate the weak government of Liberia. So you there are talking about being an African who's independent, but nature, reality, the divine, Ubuntu, everything that exists in humanity is painting a picture in front of you that you keep denying, that shows that you're not independent. Because although they aid you with loans, they are using that opportunity to appear as aiders and providers of loans to take over your African nation, take over its customs revenue, to plunder thousands of square miles of African land, and generally to dictate the weak governments of Africa. So all the weak governments of Africa, for those of you who are Africans who want to say stop blaming the West, I'm going to tell you to shove it. The West is to blame for the current state of Africa. Very much so. That doesn't take away blame from the neo-colonialists, but it definitely is accurate record of what is happening. The main investment in Liberia was undertaken by Firestone Rubber Company. Firestone made such huge profits from Liberian rubber that it was the subject of a book sponsored by American capitalists to show how well American business flourished overseas. Between 1940 and 1965, Firestone took $160 million worth of rubber out of Liberia. In turn, the Liberian government received $8 million. So, you want to say they help you. They're taking $160 million from that nation. And guess what you're getting in return for that take? $8 million. Let's do the math. 160 minus 8, that's 10. That's 2 there. 152. They are making $152 million more than what they bought the rubber for from you. or what their expenses were when they got the rubber from you, or what you made from them paying you, which is their expenses, from them getting the rubber from you, $152 more. And then they're going to turn around and say that you owe debt, and you as a dumb, and yes, dumb, misinformed, mentally colonized African are going to say we have a debt and we are paying a debt. And when Thomas Sankara tells you, hey, dudes, why are we paying this debt? It's not ours. You're going to laugh at him and then allow for him to be killed by these same people instead of doing something about it, uniting with him and doing something about it. You're part of the problem. In earlier years, the percentage of the value that went to the Liberian government was much smaller. But at the best of times, the average net profit made by Firestone was 3 times the Liberian revenue. And yet the non-monetary benefits to the United States capitalist economy were worth far more than the money returns. Vice Admiral Cochrane, in the quotation above, went to the heart of the matter when he mentioned strategic raw materials for the functioning of the industrial and military machine of the American imperialists. Firestone acquired its Liberian plantations precisely because Britain and Holland had been raising the price of the rubber, which came from their Asian colonies of Malaya and the Dutch East Indies, respectively. In Liberia, the United States rubber industry obtained a source that was reliable in peace and war, one that was cheap and entirely Oh, hold on 1 minute. Are you all seeing me? Let me know if you're all seeing me. It's not streaming on LinkedIn for some reason. We're going to continue with the stream on so I'm going to take LinkedIn off and I'm going to ask, oh Lord, does LinkedIn has a limit to the size of the video. So for those of you on LinkedIn, join us on YouTube, or you can watch the rest of the video on YouTube, right? If it stopped at this point, there's much more going on. Join us on YouTube, and you can watch the rest of it there or wherever. We're going to continue. Again, we must build for ourselves. One of rubber's most immediate connections was with the automobile industry. And so it is not surprising that Harvey Firestone was a great friend and business colleague of Henry Ford. Liberian rubber turned the town of Akron, Ohio, into a powerful rubber tire manufacturing center, and the tires then went over to the ever bigger automobile works of Ford in Detroit. Ohio and Detroit, you just joined Underdeveloped. American investment in Africa, and those Africans who want to argue the case based on border, the United States only, please broaden your vision. American investment in Africa during the last 15 years of colonialism was in some ways at the expense of the actual colonizing powers, and yet ultimately it was in the interest of Western European capitalism. This paradox is explained by noting that the United States had become the world's leading capitalist, imperialist power by the outbreak of the Second World War. It possessed the colonies of Puerto Rico and the Philippines, but much more important was its imperialistic investments throughout Latin America and to a lesser extent in Asia and Africa. America's foreign investments in the 1930s drew slightly ahead of those of Britain, which were a long way ahead of the imperialist outlay of France, Germany, and Japan. The 1939 to 1945 Second World War tremendously accelerated the changeover in America's favor, and this is the beginning of America being a so-called superpower. Europe suffered staggering losses, but no battles were fought on American soil, and so its productive capacity expanded. Therefore, after 1945, American capital moved into Africa, Asia, and Europe itself with new aggressiveness and confidence, due to the fact that other capitalist competitors were still lying on the ground. In 1949, Both British and French bankers had no choice but to invite American financiers into the African continent, for the French and British had insufficient capital of their own. The United States-controlled International Bank for Reconstruction and Development became an important vehicle for American influence in Africa and one of the tools for the economic repartition of the continent. Research by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah revealed that direct private investment by Americans in Africa increased between 1945 and 1958 from $110 million to $789 million, most of it drawn from profits. That is profit. Official estimates of profits made by United States companies from 1946 to 1959, that is after the Second World War, in Africa are put at $1,234 million. In considering the question of economic partition, what is relevant is the rate of growth of United States investments and profits compared to those of Britain, France, and Belgium. For instance, the American investment in 1951 was $313 million, which was nearly 3 times what it was 5 years earlier. And in the subsequent 5 years, the investment went up 2.5 times. Meanwhile, British and French investment increased much more slowly. However, while the United States was edging out the other colonialists, they all stood to gain from the advances made within the North American capitalist economy in terms of science, technology, organization, and military power. As pointed out earlier, when an African colony contributed to the European metallurgical industries or to its electrical industry, metallurgical meaning making metals, that contribution passed into other aspects of the society because the sectors concerned were playing leading roles within the capitalist economy. Similarly, the United States was a geographical area that was in the forefront of capitalist development. For instance, its technological know-how passed into Western European hands by way of a series of legal devices such as patents. Furthermore, because the United States was by then the world's leading capitalist state, it also had to assume active responsibility for maintaining the capitalist imperialist structure in all its economic, political, and military aspects. After the war, the United States moved into Western Europe and Japan, both to establish its own stranglehold, and at the same time to give a blood transfusion to capitalism in those areas. A lot of the blood was definitely African. It is not just that America made relatively small profits out of Africa in the 19th century and in the early 20th century, but above all, it must be recalled that North America was that part of the European capitalist system which had been the most direct beneficiary of the massacre of the American Indians, the Native Americans, and the enslavement of Africans. The continued exploitation of African peoples within its own boundaries and in the Caribbean and Latin America must also be cited as evidence against American monster imperialism. So, the Kenyans who are going to Haiti's problem has been caused by the United States. The United States was a worthy successor to Britain as the leading force and policeman of the imperialist colonialist world from 1945 onwards. Under the Marshall Plan, by which United States capitalism aided Western European capitalism after the last war, it was announced that American experts were exploring Africa from end to end for agricultural and mineral wealth, especially the latter. And we see today the results of that research by their experts. Now you have Bill Gates gallivanting all through Africa, talking about he has new agricultural ways for you all to take on. Marshall Plan money, through the Economic Commission for Africa, went to farms like the Mines de Zelidja, Zellidja, which mined lead and zinc in North Africa. And at the same time, the money allowed Americans to buy controlling shares in the company. Thus, in 1954, Morgan of the United States shared with the Rothschilds of Europe most of the net profit of 1,250 million old francs, which is the equivalent of $8.16 million, made by the mines de Silesia in that year. Similarly, the Belgian government received substantial aid from the United States to implement a 10-year economic program in Congo from 1950 to 1959. And as the price of the aid, United States monopolies established control over some companies in Congo. The USA took second place after Belgium in Congo's foreign trade, and the United States capitalists had to be granted a range of privileges. When does Patrice Lumumba get killed? Those who remember quickly before I do a Google search. I don't remember off the top of my head. (1961). So the US is doing trade and owning companies in Congo between 1950 and 1959. Patrice Lumumba has just come to leadership. The CIA is inside Congo. They're seeing this. Patrice Lumumba is a different thinker. He's not your typical neo-colonialist who goes along with nonsense from Western exploiters. No, he's a true African who's looking out for Africans first. The CIA are watching this. They're seeing this. They had a so-called translator who was working with Patrice Lumumba, unfortunately spying on him. He was a CIA agent. And they're recording what Lumumba says behind closed doors because that translator, interpreter is there in those spaces. And they're seeing that this African is different. And this African wants Africa to benefit first. But the United States is in Africa and they're benefiting. So if this African gets his way, if this African continues to be president, we as the United States are going to lose business. We're doing business in Congo. So what do we do about that risk of us not being able to lose business? What do we do? We're a part of the Security Council. And this African brother, this true African man who wants to do for Africans, has reached out to the UN for assistance with the problems happening in that African nation, the Congo. America is very influential with the UN. They find an opportunity. They send the UN peacekeepers who just stand by while Belgium. And because you all thought that Belgium is operating by itself and not in cahoots with the United States, think this is just all about Belgium, who go and capture Patrice Lumumba through Africans who are working for them and kill him. And now the United States can continue doing business because now there's an African who doesn't talk back. Now there's an African who doesn't look out for Africans. There's an African who looks out for self and is okay with allowing the USA to continue doing business as long as self gets paid. And the USA is very happy and supportive of this African. The USA took second place after Belgium in Congo's foreign trade, and United States capitalists had to be granted a range of privileges. So the paradox continued, whereby United States capitalists intruded and elbowed out French, British, and Belgian capitalists in colonial Africa, while providing the funds without which the Western European nations could not have revived, and could not have increased their exploitation of Africa, which is what they did in the period of 1945 to 1960. So the Americans are the ultimate criminal. They're all criminals. But the United States is the ultimate criminal because they just gonna give you enough money to make sure you're surviving, but you cannot rise up against them. Over the last few decades of colonialism, colonial possessions served capitalism as a safety valve in times of crisis. The first major occasion when this was displayed was during the Great Economic Depression of 1929 to 1934. During that period, forced labor was increased in Africa, and the prices paid to Africans for their crops were reduced. Now you're working more and getting paid less. Workers were paid less, and imported goods cost a great deal more. That was a time when workers in the metropolitan countries also suffered terribly. But the colonialists did the best they could to transfer the burdens of the Depression away from Europe and on to the colonies. The Great Economic Depression did not affect the Soviet Union, where socialism caused great development, but the slump spread from one end of the capitalist system to the other. It was a product of the irrationality of the capitalist mode of production. The search for profits caused production to run ahead of people's capacity to purchase, and ultimately both production and employment had to be drastically reduced. Africans had nothing to do with the inherent shortcomings of capitalism, but when Europeans were in a mess, they had no scruples about intensifying the exploitation of Africa. How is that looking in one of the things that are happening today in contemporary times? You talk about climate change, right? And Kenya was the host of the Africa Climate Summit just the other day. So here they are. They have caused the damage, and now they're acting like they're going to help you with a solution. No. You are nothing. You are not a part of the damage. But now, not only are they not fixing the damage that they have caused, but they're making you a part of cleaning the mess, and you just gladly accept. The economic depression was not a situation from which Britain could benefit at the expense of Sweden, or where Belgium could gain at the expense of the United States. They were all drowning, and that was why the benefits of the colonies saved not only the colonizing powers, but all capitalist nations. The second major occasion on which the colonies had to bail out the metropoles was during the last World War. As noted earlier, the African people were required to make huge sacrifices and to supply vital raw materials at little cost to the metropoles. Africa's military importance was also decisive. Not only did Africans fight and die on various battlefields of the war, but the continent held a key strategic position. In November 1942, a third front was opened in Africa, following the European and Asian fronts, and that front was the means to final victory. So the bases in Africa are not for Africa. The bases in Africa are strategic points for the United States and any other nation that has those bases in Africa to have an advantage in the game of who has the most power, who has the most control. Accidents of geography meant that Africa controlled communications in the Mediterranean and in the South Atlantic, and it commanded the two western entrances into the Indian Ocean. I'll read that one more time for clarity. Accidents of geography meant that Africa controlled communications in the Mediterranean and in the South Atlantic, and it commanded the two western entrances into the Indian Ocean. So Africa had a very, very strategic position. As one military analyst put it, open quote, the side that held Africa was on the way to final victory, end quote. So, if the United States is seeking ultimate power of the world, what are they going to do if Africa is the leverage to having that power? They will take Africa. If Africa is the future, what do you think the one nation who wants to remain the superpower will do about that future? They will exploit it. With the aid of African fighting men and resources, the major colonial powers maintained control of the continent in the face of attacks by the Italians, who had only Libya, Somaliland, and for brief time, Ethiopia. The Germans, of course, by then had no colonies in Africa, and they had to use what was offered by the Italians and fascist Vichy Frenchmen. Unlike the First World War, the Second World War was not simply one between capitalist powers. The aggressor states of Italy, Germany, and Japan were fascist. The governments of Portugal, Spain, and South Africa also subscribed to that ideology. We're talking about white South Africa. We're not talking about Africans when we talk about South Africa in this context. The governments of Portugal, Spain, and South Africa also subscribed to that ideology, although for opportunist reasons, both the Portuguese and the South African Boers found it more convenient to be allied with Britain, France, the United States, and other bourgeois democracies. Fascism is a deformity of capitalism. It heightens the imperialist tendency towards domination, which is inherent in capitalism, and it safeguards the principle of private property. At the same time, fascism immeasurably strengthens the institutional racism already bred by capitalism. Whether it be against Jews, as Hitler's case, or against African peoples, as in the ideology of Portugal, Salazar, and the leaders of South Africa and the United States and the many other places where Africans are marginalized. Fascism reverses the political gains of the bourgeois democratic system, such as free elections, equality before the law, and parliaments. It also extols authoritarianism and the reactionary union of the church with the state. In Portugal and Spain, it was the Catholic Church. In South Africa, it was the Dutch Reformed Church. And I will ask you all, do you think there is any democratic nation in this world today, given that analysis? Like its progenitor, capitalism, fascism is totally opposed to socialism. Fascist Germany and Italy attacked. So ask yourself. So both fascism and capitalism are completely and totally opposed to socialism. Fascist Germany and Italy attacked both the other capitalist states and the Soviet Union, which was still the only socialist state in the world by 1939. The defeat of fascism was therefore a victory for socialism. And at the same time, it preserved the other capitalist nations from having to take the historically retrograde step of fascism. So, Germany's fascism, Italy's fascism benefited the United States capitalism, and they for a while allowed that fascism because it benefited them. When the last World War ended, Africa's further role was to help Europe reconstruct. In that crisis, the United States played a major part, as has just been mentioned, but the colonizing nations also had direct resource to their colonies in spite of shortage of capital. It is noteworthy that European capitalism from the late 1940s onwards recognized Africa's potential as a savior of their own war-torn economies, and they openly made statements to that effect. It was in 1946 that the Ministry of Colonies in the French cabinet was renamed the Ministry of Overseas France, and that colonized Africans were euphemistically called overseas Frenchmen. About that time, a statement from the French Ministry of Education frankly admitted that France would be only a little state of Europe without the 75 million overseas Frenchmen whose young force has revealed itself to the world in such a remarkable manner, referring to Africa's role in the war. Shortly afterwards, when France prepared for its fourth-year plan for 1949 to 1952, hold on real quick. Statements such as the following were to be encountered. Morocco will take an active part in the recovery of France by supplying manganese, cobalt, and lead ore, canned goods, and agricultural produce. At the end of the last war, both Britain and France set up agencies for the development of their colonies. So all this business you hear about development of Africa, ask you who it's benefiting. Ask yourself. In the British sphere, this was known as the Colonial Development and Welfare, CDW, while the French fund was known as FIDES, FIDES. Their principal function was to provide loans, the purpose of which was to help the colonies to help the metropoles. So the IMF provides loans to help you African nations help the metropoles, the imperialist nations. In other words, the crisis of post-war reconstruction required that even greater effort should be made to maximize the resources of colonies. It was no ordinary post-war crisis which Western Europe faced in the 1940s and 1950s. The bourgeoisie had to rebuild capitalist states at a time when socialism had already proved itself in the Soviet Union, and in a period when the Red Army of the Soviets had aided groups of socialists to come to power in Eastern Europe. This was the greatest challenge ever to be faced by the bourgeoisie because, unlike fascism, socialism threatened the basic capitalist principle of private ownership of the means of production. Furthermore, socialist principles were making their presence felt even in remote corners of the colonies, and the capitalists realized the necessity for cutting the colonies off from socialist thought, as well as using colonial resources to stave off what they termed the threat of communism. So, I know of an organization, an African organization that goes by the name, or part of its name is Socialist Party, the African Socialist Party, that is currently under attack by the FBI. Why is it under attack by the FBI? Because it's a threat. Why is it a threat? I'm going to read that sentence one more time. Furthermore, socialist principles were making their presence felt even in remote corners of the colonies. And the capitalists realized the necessity for cutting the colonies off from socialist thought, as well as using colonial resources to stave off what they termed the threat of communism. This is why Angela Davis is villainized. This is why the African Socialist Party and whole movement is criminalized, because they are seen as a threat to capitalism, not because they're actual criminals. No, because they're providing an alternative to an exploitative system, which is going to empower you as the exploited to fight the exploitative system and embrace a system that is not marginalizing, which is that system that is being criminalized. So for you who is the victim, to support that system that exploits you in going after that organization that is building an alternative way that is better for you is just a mind boggle that I will never be able to comprehend in this lifetime. In the capitalist struggle to keep off the challenge of socialism as a competing mode of production and way of life, Africa played at least two key roles, one being to provide bases for the capitalist militarists, and the other being to provide a wide range of raw materials essential for modern armament industries. The most vital of these raw materials were uranium and other radioactive substances for atomic and later nuclear weapons, including the hydrogen bomb. So the black woman, the African woman who was in a room, who got offended because I told her she sounded like a colonialist in the way she spoke about teaching us how to build value in ourselves as if all of us didn't have value. Here, let's look at this chain, right? There's the atomic bombs. There are the atomic bombs that are lying somewhere in these foreign nations. In order for them to be made, the African in the Congo or wherever they are digging for uranium. Remember, uranium is a highly radioactive substance. So that African who is encountering that substance firsthand is suffering the consequences, bodily health consequences of being exposed to that highly radioactive substance. Now, you, as someone who is brilliant and has a brain, tell me, do you think these nations, United States being the lead one, right? Because it's one of those nations that came out and said, now we have nuclear power. So they're a part of it, this situation, very much a part of it. Do you think the United States provides protective gear to the Africans who are in the mines, who apparently, according to this African woman who has drunk the Kool-Aid, are not valuable. Do you think that the United States is protecting them, giving them protective gear to mine the uranium? But once that uranium is packaged in safe ways and with all kinds of warning signs so that the white folk who handle it do not get affected, that this is dangerous, is taken and transported under protective ways in the ships and put in laboratories in those nations that are built in a way that's going to prevent the exposure of those white human beings to this radioactive substance. Now they can produce the nuclear weapons and brag about it. And while producing those nuclear weapons and bragging about it, as you Africans who have no value are back there now dying from the effects of being exposed directly to the radioactive substance, they're going to call you a shithole country and tell you to pull your bootstraps and do what they were able to do. And you African, because you're mentally colonized, are going to in turn around and say, praise the United States. Look at how great of a nation it is. We should be like the United States. You're going to be in a room telling me you're working with United States entities to help Africa. Almost rivaling uranium in importance was certain rare minerals. Like this is us. We have to check ourselves what our role is in this system that is oppressing us. Like lithium, and we have to do better. We must do better. We must disassociate ourselves from the system and break it and destroy it. Almost rivaling uranium in importance was certain rare materials like lithium from Rhodesia, needed for the special steels that went into new aircraft rockets, tanks, guns, and bombs. Colonial powers already had small military establishments in each colony, and right up to the end of the colonial era, it was considered necessary to strengthen those. For instance, in the 1955 French budget, there was a special vote of 6 billion francs, that is $16.8 million, for the improvement of military installations in the colonies. And notably, here comes this one. Which country in Africa has the most military bases? It's about to be named. You be patient. And notably for strategic bases in Dakar and Djibouti, little tiny Djibouti. Sometime previously, the Belgians had completed a huge airbase near Kamina in the Congo. Adding to the regular bases in long-established colonies, the imperialist powers were able to set up military installations in African territories which fell into their hands during the war. In this context, the United States was particularly important because it was already the principal buttress of the capitalist defense system in the form of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. Thus, helping to recapture North Africa. Thus, after helping to recapture North Africa from the fascists, the United States was able to build major Air Force bases in Morocco and Libya. Remember Libya? The United States had a base there. In Italian Eritrea, which means at one point, United States did consider Libyan leadership partners. In Italian Eritrea, the Americans stepped in with modern radar stations, and Ethiopia considered military bases. Though nominally independent, Liberia had little option but to accept a massive military presence of Americans as a logical consequence of America's economic exploitation and domination of Liberia. When the United States agreed to build a port at Monrovia in 1943, they also obtained the concession that the United States was to have the right to establish, use, maintain, and control such naval, air, and military facilities and installations at the site of the port and in the general vicinity thereof, as may be desired for the protection of the strategic interests of the United States in the South Atlantic. You tell me as an African nation that today you're going to sit with Americans and tell them we need to build a Kenyan, we need to build a Ugandan, we need to build a Tanzanian base on American ground, and tell me if they're going to sign off on that deal. Just let me know. And then you're going to, once you give me that answer, you're going to explain to me as an African why you're signing the deal where they come and build bases in Africa. Throughout the war, Liberia's Roberts Field airfield had been of considerable value to the United States, and later on it continued to have a military utility. To tie matters up further, the United States entered into what is called a military assistance pact with Liberia in 1951. Needless to say, in the 1950s, when most Africans were still colonial subjects, they had absolutely no control over the utilization of their soil for militaristic ends. So what are we going to do as Africans? If we have no control, but we want to be liberated and we're being exploited, what are we going to do to stop it? Virtually the whole of North Africa was turned into a sphere of operations for NATO, with bases aimed at the Soviet Union. All this for Russia, like for real? There could easily have developed a nuclear war without African peoples having any knowledge of the matter. Imagine that. With we African land, because you Africans who want to distance yourself from what's happening elsewhere, I guess including myself now that I realize it, they're going to be using those bases to fight these nations that they consider their enemies. So the war we will be, whether willingly or not, whether actively participating or not, we will be a part of that war, that hypothetical war, with bases aimed at the Soviet Union. There could easily have developed a nuclear war without African peoples having any knowledge of the matter. The colonial powers actually held military conferences in African cities like Dakar and Nairobi in early 1950s, inviting the whites of South Africa and Rhodesia and the government of the United States. Time and time again, the evidence points to this cynical use of Africa to buttress capitalism economically and militarily, and therefore, in effect, forcing Africa to contribute to its own exploitation. I will tell you now, whether you heed my words, and my words are influenced by my ancestors' words, and I never walk alone, like I was reminded by a fellow sister warrior, we never walk alone. So our thoughts, our ideas are not just ours. They belong to our community, the ancestors that came before us, the books that we read, the people we talk to. I am telling you today, these conferences that you wear your nice suits to and sit with white folk from the United States, from Britain, from wherever, and talk about solutions for the future, thinking that you, African, are considered in that future, you must stop attending them. And you must stop being a part of that system. They are plotting against you the whole time. No matter what they say, they're plotting against you. We're almost there. Like I said, I am finishing the chapter. We are almost there. We have 2 pages left. We're almost there. Apart from saving capitalism in times of crisis, the dependencies had always been prolonging the life of capitalism by taking the edge off the internal contradictions and conflicts which were a part of the capitalist system. The principal contradiction within capitalism from the outset was that between the capitalists and the workers. To keep their system going, the capitalists had constantly to step up the rate of exploitation of their workers. At the same time, European workers were gaining increasing mastery over the means of production in the factories and mines, and they were learning to work collectively in big enterprises and within their own trade union structures. If the bourgeoisie continued to deprive them of the major part of the fruits of their own labor and to oppress them socially and politically, then those two classes were set on a collision path. Ever since the mid-19th century, Marx had predicted class collision would come in the form of revolution in which workers would emerge victorious. The capitalists, those of you who think we cannot do it, let that sentence sink in. The capitalists were terribly afraid of that possibility, knowing full well that they themselves had seized power from the feudal landlord class by means of revolution. So the same revolution that they're criminalizing you for, they themselves did it for their own well-being. However, imperialism introduced a new factor into this situation, one that defied the confrontation between workers and capitalists in the metropoles. Only in Russia was there a workers' revolution, and Russia was on the fringe of Europe rather than being one of its metropolitan capitalist centers. That very fact highlighted how much capitalism in places like Britain, France, and Germany had been stabilized by exploiting the colonies and other semi-colonies, such as Latin America, where states were independent in name only. Surplus from Africa was partly used to offer a few more benefits to European workers and served as a bribe to make the latter less revolutionary. So those white folk who are poor, who think that your white superiority, the false notion of white superiority makes you less exploited, think again. The bribe came in the form of increased wages, better working conditions, and expanded social services. The benefits of colonialism were diffused throughout European society in many ways. Most capitalist enterprises offered consumer goods which were mass-produced at low prices, and therefore, the European housewife got some relief. For instance, instant coffee brought that beverage within the reach of the ordinary worker. Meanwhile, the capitalist still made his fortune by ensuring that the Ivory Coast or Colombian grower got no price increase. In that way, colonialism was serving all classes and sectors of Western Europe and other capitalist metropoles, but essentially just serving itself. European workers have paid a great price for the few material benefits which accrued to them as crumbs from the colonial table. The class in power controls the dissemination of information. The capitalists misinformed and miseducated workers in the metropoles to the point where they became allies in colonial exploitation. In accepting to be led like sheep, European workers were perpetuating their own enslavement to the capitalists. So they seized, and this is where now race is called out as just a false notion that we must actually squash as we're trying to deal with the main problem. Because the capitalists are willing to exploit their own race, as they call it, as if we're not all human race people, in order to keep capitalists alive. So it's about the class, not the race. But we cannot ignore the race that they're using to hide their criminality and their intentions. They see so that they can control the masses. They ceased to seek political power and contented themselves with bargaining for small wage increases, which were usually counterbalanced by increased costs of living. And this here is why Dr. King was killed. At least that's my analysis. Because Dr. King reminded these white folk that they weren't so special, that they weren't so superior, and that they too were being exploited. And they were starting to awaken. And the capitalist controlling power, the white elite ruling power, could not allow that. And so they had to gun down Dr. King. They ceased to be creative and allowed bourgeois cultural decadence to overtake them all. They failed to exercise any independent judgment on the great issues of war and peace, and therefore ended up by slaughtering not only colonial peoples, but also themselves. What is the message there from Baba Walter Rodney to you, white folk, who are marginalized, but you think you're not because you have a higher paycheck and you live in a nice, cush home with a nice fence, and you want to have Black Lives Matter signs on your yard, yet you will not have black people in your house for a meal, right? You'll only have them in your house to clean, and they must leave when they're done cleaning. You have failed, you such white person that I just described, have failed to exercise any independent judgment on the great issues of war and peace, including what is currently happening in Palestine, what is currently happening in Ukraine, what is happening everywhere where the United States is at war, one way or another, whether they are supporting the nation that's at war, whether they are actually there at war. And therefore, you white folk that I just described have ended up slaughtering not only the Palestinians and the Jews who are currently exchanging fire, or the Ukrainians and the Russians, but you have also slaughtered yourselves. Fascism was a monster born of capitalist parents. Fascism came as the end product of centuries of capitalist bestiality, exploitation, domination, and racism, mainly exercised outside Europe. The latter. It is highly significant that many settlers and colonial officials displayed a leaning towards fascism. Apartheid in South Africa is nothing but fascism. It was gaining roots from the early period of white colonization in the 17th century, and particularly after the mining industry brought South Africa fully into the capitalist orbit in the 19th century. Another example of the fascist potential of colonialism was seen when France was overrun by Nazi Germany in 1940. The French fascists collaborated with Hitler to establish what was called the Vichy regime in France, and the French white settlers in Africa supported the Vichy regime. A more striking instance to the same effect was the fascist ideology developed by the white settlers in Algeria, who not only opposed independence for Algeria under Algerian rule, but they also strove to bring down the more progressive or liberal governments of metropolitan France. Inside Europe itself, some specific and highly revealing connections can be found between colonialist behavior and the destruction of the few contributions made by capitalism to human development. For instance, when the Colonel von Lettow, Lettow, returned from leading the German forces in East Africa in World War I, he was promoted to a general in the German army, and von Lettow was in command of the massacre in German communists in Hamburg in 1918. That was a decisive turning point in German history. For once the most progressive workers had been crushed, the path was clear for the fascist deformation of the future. In brutally suppressing the Maji Maji War in Tanganyika, and in attempting genocide against the Herero people of Namibia, Southwest Africa, the German ruling class were getting the experience which they later applied against the Jews and against German workers and progressive. What is that saying to you, all you people who want to act as if there's one Holocaust? What is that telling you, that sentence? Where did these boys, I'm calling them boys because I actually do not respect them, get those tactics from? Where did they get the skill that they used to harm the Jews in Germany? Oh, wait, here's where they got to practice and perfect that skill. They practiced in Tanganyika. They practiced in Namibia. The Germans, that's where they practiced with Africans on how to perfect that skill of murdering, of eradicating whole peoples. And then they took what they learned, the skills that they learned, and went to Germany and practiced it on the Jews. When the fascist dictatorship was inaugurated in Portugal in 1926, it drew inspiration from Portugal's colonial past. After Salazar became the dictator in 1932, he stated that his new state in Portugal would be based on the labor of the inferior peoples, meaning, of course, Africans. In addition, Portuguese peasants and workers had to submit to police terror, poverty, and dehumanization. So they paid and are still paying a high price for fascism at home and colonialism abroad. And also, a side note on this one, I will say to those of you who tell us to leave and go back where we came from, we ain't leaving. And guess what? Because we built this is ours too, because we built it. So we ain't going back where we came from, because this is ours too. And maybe you need to find out where you came from and go back there. I would love for you to do that. So take away the United States, take away Britain, take away all the progress that you've had from Africa, from underdeveloping Africa and developing your nations. Take all that away. Go back to a point where there's a threat that your economy is falling apart, you have a depression, and just build by yourselves. Pull your bootstraps. Don't come to Africa and exploit, and let's see how that future looks like. Colonialism. No, in addition, Portuguese peasants and workers had to submit to police terror, poverty, and dehumanization. So they paid and are still paying a high price for fascism at home and colonialism abroad. Colonialism strengthened the Western Europe ruling class and capitalism as a whole. Particularly in its later phases, it was evidently giving a new lease of life to a mode of production that was otherwise dying. From every viewpoint other than that of the minority class of capitalists, colonialism was a monstrous institution holding back the liberation of man. You want to be liberated, you must get rid of colonialism. Is capitalism a part of colonialism? It is. You want to be liberated, you must get rid of capitalism. That is chapter 5 for us. We must, if we actually are serious about talking of African liberation, if we're going to be liberated, and if capitalism is a part of colonialism, which is keeping us away from liberation, we must get rid of capitalism. So let's go to the chart. We're going to start from chapter 6 next week, which is colonialism as a system for underdeveloping Africa. And chapter 6 is not as long as 5. So we won't be here for 5 hours. And today I just was feeling it. Oh God, it's just as long, Baba Rodney. All right, so we'll do half. I think chapter 6 is the last one. Yeah, so we'll do half and half of chapter 6. That's how we'll do it. So 2 more Mondays of reading, hopefully. But let's see what you all are saying in the chat. Let's bring you into the conversation. You can ask questions. You can ask for clarity. The United Nations is useless. And I am simplifying that. Now, you go figure out why it's useless. Don't bother me with that. I'm just deciding to say that. And who doesn't want to be bothered with wasting time figuring out how they're useless? I have looked at positives, negatives, they're useless to us, at least to the well-being of our liberation, and to the agenda of African liberation, they're useless. I don't know about your perspective. And if you're an oppressor, I'm sure you see very much use in it. But to us, the United Nations is useless. And so is the African Union, which works with the United Nations. But as we continue to work towards liberation, we will most definitely use those systems to our benefit. Do not, I don't think that's not going to happen. Not get it twisted is what I meant to say. All right. Kumbuka. You see the similarities, speaking of language. Kumbu, from the Zulu Ndebele word kumbula, meaning remember. Kumbu is always also Kiswahili word. We're talking about kumbuka, right? We're breaking down linguistic analysis now. Kumbuka. So Spikes 1900 is saying kumbu by itself is from the Zulu Ndebele word kumbula, meaning remember. Kumbula is to remember. But in Kiswahili, kumbuka is to remember. So why would anyone in their right mind say that Kiswahili is an Arabic language? the foundation, the roots of Kiswahili are showing that it's more an African language than an Arabic language. It's just infected by Arabic because the Arabs moved to that Swahili speaking area and infected our culture and our languages. Kena, from the Sotho Tswana word you or us. Thank you, Spikes. Great love this channel. Just wish more of our people would pay attention. I too, Spikes, would wish that. Thank you. Love back at you. Please share with more people. Share it. Even if it means you share 50 times and one person watches, that's one person more than we had before. So share it, share it, share it. Talk about it, tell them about it. Selective serve. Someone comes to you, they're complaining, man, life has been so hard. The taxes, man, this corruption in Africa. Oh, have you watched Kumbukeni, the reading of how Europe underdeveloped Africa? Oh, here's the link. Tell them. That's why you're experiencing what you're experiencing. Yes, all the British colonies were forced 100% to participate in the war. Yes, they were building houses too and bridges. Yep, they were using them for the houses too and the bridges. You're right. Yes, shipping was just one of the things I mentioned, right? But you're right. They were also using the timber to build homes and bridges. The colonial Portuguese average mindset has largely remained intact to this day. I thought they would be better here in Europe after having to put up with them in my home in South Africa. No. Criminals don't change no matter where they go. They're criminals. I'm assuming we're talking about the Germans. They believe they did African people a favor and are very bitter about losing their business stranglehold on countries like Angola and Mozambique. See, that's why China is a developed or developing country, because China has a similar price system for Asian countries and another for Western countries. Western countries pay more. That's how you should do business, Africans. And that's how you should make sure you do business with China, because that's how they do business with other people. So China pays more in Africa, more than you charge your own Africans. You're just taking a page from their own book. The root of our problems lies in a lack of understanding and interest in our own history. You're right, Spikes. I'm lucky I stumbled across Pan-African history because I literally left Southern Africa having excellent knowledge of European history and limited knowledge of our own. At A level, our only option was European history, right? I hear you. I hear you on that. I went through that African system of education as well. It's a good thing that we encountered people in our community. Dr. Kai is one of those people who have helped us take the cloud that is covering our eyes and see the truth for what it is. Yes, the greatness of the US is a myth. It is a myth. And you're right. Yeah, you're right. Very much, Garai. They rarely win any wars. Strengthening, and you can see from Afghanistan, you can see the evidence lies without. I mean, literally, Black Hawk Down. As much as that movie is trying to show the heroic of the US, nah, they were not the heroes in that one. The strengthening of the technological and military aspects of capitalism. Forget what that was in line with. I'm guessing you are agreeing with or expounding on a point that Baba Rodney was making. Yes. Exactly, right? Sometimes progress is not a good thing, because what is it at the expense of? And we as human beings have to get better at that. So we have progress, but what are we losing in that progress? And is it worth progressing if we're losing so much? We have to start thinking in that way. And sometimes progress is not taking a step forward at all, or not taking the step that you're being advised to, because it's going to be so damning for you. The birth of the mad scientist, you're right. The pesticide is built into the DNA of the seed, which means the pesticide is being consumed by you. Why is this seed pesticide disease resistant? Because the pesticide now is in the seed itself. So they're telling you you don't have to use pesticides. The trick is you didn't ask what went into making this seed that you made in the lab. And that's another thing we have to ask. Not only do we ask the report of the positive effects and the negative effects, but we want to see everything that went into the seed. If you're selling us a seed that is resistant to drought and all these things, we want a list of everything you put in this recipe to make the seed. We want to see what you used, your science formula to make the seed. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're protecting your whatever, it's intellectual property. We don't care. If we're going to buy that seed as Africans, give us your ingredients, give us the recipe. Because you're telling us to eat, I want to know how you made it if I'm going to eat it. Otherwise, I'm not eating, and you can take it back and shove it. I know a similar story of the Americans telling the Brits to send their ships to the US to avoid capture by Germany. This is when Churchill was asking a reluctant US to enter the war. So they were learning from each other. For military eyes like mine, I see the new technology and techniques used in the war. Eventually, these technologies make their way to the urban streets, the police in your local areas. You've watched the parades, July 4th parades, and you see the equipment that the police are showing you, like, what the hell? Why do they need this here? Yes. Thank you for those entering those names to provide that for everyone listening so they can see the spellings and the exact criminals that we are charging. And we did establish we are the plaintiff, they are the defendant. We are coming forward to the court, an African court, not their court and not their law. And we are saying that they have committed a crime, and we're naming who they are. And we're going to eventually decide what the repair is for that harm. Kujichagulia only involves us, yes. In those rooms where we're making that final decision, no Western people can be there. Do not talk to me about UI with the UN talking about solutions for Africa. No. Sure, have that meeting and then walk away, have another one with just Africans. Like literally just Africans. And by just Africans, not only are we getting rid of the skin color, but that is not ours, but we're also getting rid of the Africans who think in a Western way. They cannot be in that room either for the solutions. Yeah. The plaintiff is the one who brings a legal action or complaint, which is us. The defendant is a person or group against whom a criminal or civil action is brought. See, every time that word confuses me because defendant, defend, right? So you're thinking, but I guess when you think about it, they are the ones who have to defend themselves from the accusation. So yes, they are the defendant. I couldn't find a connection between Yugen and Jurgen, but we saw where there could be, right? With more time of research, I'm sure you'll find the exact connection. We're talking about the many tentacles of the Unilever company. But if you're a small manufacturer, you make clothes, can you open a shop where you sell clothes? Yeah, you can. I see what you're saying. You're talking about, listen, you cannot compare that to these monsters. Because as you heard, as we were talking about Unilever, they kept buying the small companies. You're not going to be buying those companies. You're just going to continue your business and make the profit you're making and allow other businesses like yours to open in other places. The difference between you and these huge criminals is they'll suck up all the other businesses that compete with them and they'll go under them. You're not doing that. So that's completely different, Bibi Gina. That manufacturer, if myself, this is a line of business I'm looking to get into, and the Kenyan, now already the fact that I'm saying an entity that's not me, it's already doesn't just belong to me, it's now become a communal thing, right? It's not just benefiting me, it's a communal thing. So myself and the Kenyan company that is making these clothes, if we decide to produce cotton and manufacture it, they can make the clothes, we can distribute them. We're not exploiting, especially if in the process of doing that, everyone is being paid a fair wage, that they're not being underpaid, not being fed. We're making sure everyone is fed, we're making sure they're clothed, we're making sure they have good medical resources, and they're being educated. You're not exploiting, you're not the same as Unilever. No, you're not. Lisa Glidewell, that's a good point to it, and it's good for you. That shows the level of maturity in your critical analysis, that you pause and now wonder about the margarine versus butter campaign, because propaganda is a big part of the capitalist and colonialism system. Propaganda is a big part of it. And yes, that advertisement probably has something to do with the crime. Hey, Akata, we are in this together. We must rip out that Eurocentric mindset, completely rip it out. And yes, it's going to hurt. It's been hurting for me, but guess what? Like Baba Kaba Kamene said, I don't know who said it before him. I just heard it from Baba Kaba Kamene. So I will thank him for it. You will cry a river, you will build a bridge, and you'll get over it. Africans, yeah, they've exploited us from the get go. They used us in their wars. You aren't even compensated for that. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Yes, Uakata. And Mama Zili Danto has mentioned this, and you can watch her. She's on YouTube, she's on Instagram. You can watch her different videos. And like I said, if you're interested in taking her teachings, I have that information. Send us an email on kumbukeni1@gmail.com, and we'll provide that information for you. Um, you can find Mama Ezili Danto and all this information. You can follow her on. Let me see if I have that information right away to mention it right here to you, where you can follow her. Just bear with me. And I am starving. I cannot wait to finish so that I can go eat, but it's worth it. I am not in the woods in Kenya being bombed by Britain planes. I am sitting here skipping lunchtime reading for you all. It is a small price to pay for our liberation, a very, very small price to pay for our liberation. And I am glad to do it. And when I do finally sit down and eat, I will enjoy my meal, and hope to God it has as least chemicals as possible, as little. Listen, let me just see where she is. I'll tell you how you can follow her on Instagram. So she is Zili Danto, Zili, as in dog, Anto on Instagram. You can follow her there. All right. And from there, I'm sure you'll find all the other places where she is. Her website is there. You can follow her there and support what they are doing. You're welcome, Jacob Hyatt. You are welcome. This is for us all. Mainly Africans for me, but for humanity. The well-being of Africans is the well-being of humanity. Make no mistake. Don't you think and come here calling me a racist. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to first remind you that I'm not a racist. I'm Black conscious. And then I'm just going to ignore you with your whining and tell you to do what? Cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it. We are all, as long as we work together towards the well-being of humanity. We are all gems to our community. But thank you. Uh-huh. Yeah, for the oppressors and exploiters and imperialists to actually apologize, right? That is admitting that they did a wrong. They cannot do that because if they admit, I mean, the defendant has to be smart too in order to defend themselves. If they admit, if they apologize, which is by default admitting that they did a wrong, then now they must be held accountable. They must now be held responsible for correcting that wrong. And they don't want to do that because it's a high price to pay. Mm, yeah, it is time to throw out democracy as it exists today, the way it's practiced. Forget about what it means in the book, but what the actual actions of democratic nations are doing, democratic nations, then don't you make your nation democratic if you want liberation. Make it something else. And you can actually forget the word, talk about what it does, the thing that you make it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So while fighting fascism, but socialism was helping capitalism. Yeah. And then once fascism is taken down, or at least there's that illusion, or it's painted that that's what's happening, capitalism now can point a finger towards socialism to get rid of it because that's now the standing competition. Yeah, fascism just adapted. You're right. It was never defeated. Hmm. God have mercy. You're right. What is going on in Gaza is no different from what has happened in the past. What these people who claim to be standing and judging have participated. And by the way, what is happening in Gaza is their fault. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome all. It is my pleasure to help us and to participate in actual action. This reading and what we do with this reading is part of the work. Karibu Bibi Gina. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She is great. She is one warrior spirit, that one. Mama Ezili Danto. No, they'll never admit they did any wrong. Imagine that, the irony. Democracy comes from Greece where women had no rights. The other day on LinkedIn, the United Nations, some sector or some part of the United Nations was talking about, first of all, the United Nations talks about having women rights. The United Nations has never been led by a woman. Never, never, ever in the history of existence of the United Nations since after World War II has never had a woman leader. And they've had several leaders. They've never had a woman, and they talk about championing women's rights. Like when we start calling out bullshit on these situations, right? And these organizations. The United Nations, the other day, someone put from their organization, I don't know whether anyone had vetted whatever they were putting out before they did. Every child is born free. The United Nations, the same United Nations that has troops in Congo where they know children are not born free, where they have troops in Haiti where they know children are not born free. In fact, some of those children are theirs. They were conceived through rape. So just their conception is not free. But that United Nations is going out in public and thinking that we don't know any better and telling us every child is born free. And you have all these people. This is the thing. I was happy to see in that post on LinkedIn recently that there were people who looked like me, who didn't look like me, who was saying to the United States, United Nations finally, nah, come on. Now this is too far of a fakery. We're calling bullshit. Come on now. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So we are done. That's it. No more questions, no more commentary. Asanteni sana for being here with us. It was a pleasure. I need to run and get something to eat and just get up off this seat, stretch, get my blood flowing. Again, I told you what the bookstore is. You can grab this toothpaste from there. They have a website. Oh, I said I was going to give you the website if I didn't give you before. The bookstore is Black and Noble. NOB. No, not Barnes and Noble. Hell no. Not that Noble. This is Black and Noble. Black and NOBEL in Philadelphia. And it's 39, I believe. This is a map. Again, I'll tell you where you can get this map of the different bookstores in Philadelphia. It's 39, and 39 says Black and Noble. I'm going to hold it up and see whether we can get you all to see it, those who are watching the video. Where is it? This is the one we're talking about, Black and Noble, right? And so there's the information. Let me see. There it is. But if you didn't catch that, and if you're listening on audio, Black and Noble is a black space, and a very good black space that not only sells books, but sells things like the toothpaste I just held up. It's at 422 South Street. And their website is www.blackandnobel.com. It's an independently owned store, features books, health and beauty care products, art and events related to African American culture, nonfiction, historical, self-help, and business. So yes, if you're writing a book as an African, you want to have a book signing, talk about books to your community, start making a relationship with that bookstore so that when it comes time for you wanting them to help you, you already have a relationship established with them. All right? Asanteni sana, siku njema, kwaherini. May you all have a blessed week. And please, let's start awakening and actually doing something to change this situation. Slowly getting ourselves out of this system and slowly killing it. Yes, we are destroying capitalism. That's the goal. We're not playing games. We're not just reading books. We are literally, that's the goal. That's our mission. That's our movement. And we must have movement towards that goal. All right. Kwaherini.